Hello, my lovely audience members, my wonderful senators. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coin. Before we get started on our journey in, the wonderful land of Hyrule, yet another wonderful day in Hyrule, I've got the usual placard reading that I need to do. I always read these at the start of every stream. And if you guys want your names on these placards, all you have to do is chuck coins at me. I'm peeking. Okay, you had me worried. You had me worried, user 11, not going to lie. I'm glad that has resolved. Like I was saying before, if you guys want your names on these placards, a continuous membership through Twitch or Patreon or Coffee is required, or a minimum $2 donation. A one-time $2 donation is required to have your name end up here for the month. I do not have any current subscribers, patrons, or one-off contributors this month, but I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued patronage with the Valkyrie tier membership. I hope that you enjoy all the benefits that come along with that, good sir, especially as I continue to refine things on the Discord server. Without further ado, why don't we just get to the play screen? Exactly, Mr. Rasby the Player. Mr. Jason, let me go and let me scroll through. A lot of the conversation you guys were having was in regard to each other, so I tend to not read it. But I'll take a quick comb through. User 11 says, first, yes, you have no life. It's fine. Congrats on being first, I should say. I am glad that your head is feeling better, Mr. Jason. I'm glad that the medicine, kicked in and had the effect it was supposed to. Oh, usually when I see the carrots as that's what that symbol is called, by the way. The official name for it is the carrot. It's the closed it's the closed little hat that you'll sometimes see as a diacritic mark, or you'll see it raising something to a power. Yeah, that's called a carrot. Usually there's usually there is a line between those, like a curved U or a straight line, something along those lines. So I'm not used to it in just the carrot form by itself. Good to know, though. Greetings to both User 11 and Mr. Jason. I hope you both are doing well today, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time, as always, and that is at the beginning of the screen. Sorry, I had to cough there. Okay. User 11 says, oh, you're sorry, you're just seeing if that was the thing from yesterday. That's the check-in. I'm glad you redeemed that. So, I'm always up in the air about this, but for those that are maybe less in the know about it, Twitch, YouTube, and so on have been trying to crack down, albeit, I think, unsuccessfully, but crack down on, bots and AI farms and stuff. So I devised a little one-channel point redemption called The Check-In, and it literally just features a quote from The Lord of the Rings, right before the battle at Helm's Deep. I think that's the name of the place is Helm's Deep. Spoken by the King of Rohan, if I'm not mistaken. It's mostly just to let Twitch know, hey, you're human. And we should count your viewership accordingly. Because they've been suppressing views as a result of the AI bot and like alternative site engagement. Fextra Life was extremely guilty of this, where they would have the stream playing in the background on a different site, like one of their Fextra Life wikis, typically noted for like Bloodborne or Soulsborne type wikis. And the embedded stream in the background would count as a view, even though that viewer was not on Twitch. It's a really scummy practice. It inflates Twitch's numbers way more than they should be. So they've been cracking down on two different things simultaneously, and unfortunately, it does hurt lurkers and a lot of other viewers, so I devised the check-in to kind of counteract that. Mr. Jason says, I didn't know that the thing was caret. Let me clarify. The single mark is a caret. So just one of them is a caret. Two or more of them aren't carets. Mr. Jason says, it is quite appealing information, Mr. Quine. Yes. A good old dad joke to start the day, eh? Now, on to our recap. User 11 says BRB. Very well. Last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom of the Wild, I jest, by the way, I know it's Tears of the Kingdom, we focused on A, completing some quests, and B, completing the assembly of the Zora armor. We now have access to the complete Zora set. So we can now swim fast, swim up waterfalls, and spin dash in water to attack if we need to. Mainly for, like, killing fish. Mostly is what that's there for. Then we started our wonderful, wonderful journey on collecting the still 200 plus Koroks left to go. I'm just gonna toggle maps here. If you guys want to follow along as we are collecting all of the Korok seeds, doing all the shrines, exploring all the caves, and so on, feel free to type in !TOTK MAP, and that'll get you access to the wonderful object map that has been sourced by Mr. NK Plays. I use this thing to help us save a lot of time. There are 100 Koroks where the pairs are not exactly obvious, it's not exactly obvious where the corresponding Korok you need to find is. There are 300, 400 rocks you need to pick up. That's very tedious. It's busy work. And we don't have time for that. I want to start the new year, relatively speaking, on a new game, so to speak. Today our goal is Tarm Point, not the quest so much, not the cave, but like the actual Tarm Point. That's what we're there for. That's our goal. If we can get there, I'll be pleased. If not, it won't be the first time, but I would really prefer that we get to the object of today's thumbnail today. Otherwise, I will feel upset. Mr. Jason says, last time in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Mr. Coin, and as an awesome streamer, did awesome things. I appreciate that flattery. I really, really do. Welcome on Intention. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I appreciate the like, good sir. I really do. That means a lot. I typically save this for the bottom of the hour, but if you guys do like my work and you hadn't considered doing so already, please consider liking the video on YouTube and, you know, even subscribing. Please also consider following on Twitch for the same reasons if you'd like to keep up with my work. How are things in your slice of terra firma, aka our planet Earth, if and you don't mind my asking, tension? And while that conversation is going on, Mr. Jason says, I feel sorry for one person on Reddit, Mr. Coin. They got to 999 Koroks and then left the game for a little bit due to real-life obligations, and so it was terrible to return. Yeah, that sucks. I'm gonna hate, like, I'm definitely gonna hate having to comb over the missing ones and figure out which ones did I mark incorrectly. That's gonna suck. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, so today you're making a point to get to that location. It's funny, but it's funny in the Tarm point to get somewhere. Ha ha. Yes, very, very funny. Mr. Jason then says, PSA, if you love Mr. Coin so much, don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and Twitch for parody. Look, don't subscribe unless you're willing to pay money, I guess is what I'm going to say. At least on Twitch, anyway. That's like a whole different term. Tension says, you got 500 Korok seeds. Yesterday was a nightmare with Breath of the Wild. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I would definitely say, even though I overall liked the 100% experience, I hated getting the Koroks. The puzzles themselves were okay, but just too many of them, and again, some of them are literally just pick up a rock simulator. Like Kick Rocks Simulator. I despise stuff like that. Now, while we're having a nice conversation, I'm going to just take a minute and book 6 Koroks for us to go find. That way we can get this show on the road. It's like right here. Mr. Jason says, some of the Korok puzzles can leave you stumped. Yeah. Too true. Look, at least the ones that involve, like, moving weight or completing patterns are not really all that bad. Again, it's mainly just pluck a rock simulator that I don't like at all. We could do without that. I'll talk about it in depth with the video essay after, you know, the Wild Era, the mainline Wild Era games are done. That is something I want to talk about is, in that video is just going to be the Koroks, and finding, I think, yep, it's this right here. These could be offering trays. Who knows? But, I mean, another day, another dollop of Korok poop, right? Another day, you know, another day, another hole. Except these holes aren't goals, I promise. Mr. Jason says, I do love how in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, a good majority of the Korok puzzles are painfully obvious on the map. 3 trees, shaped made of circles. I didn't think they were that obvious. I'm not gonna lie, I did not think they were that obvious. Like, I didn't know, I guess I should have paid attention to the 3 random trees on a map in like a weird, peculiar pattern. That maybe should have been a tip-off, but like, come on. Look at the, yeah, this one's obvious. That's fine. I would be fine if all of the Korok seeds had like a indicator like that. That shape is an indicator. Whereas, you know, random rock 569, or I'm sorry, it would be 269, has no indicator anywhere on the map. You literally just have to guess and know. That's it. There is nothing you could do about that. Tension says you've been grinding to get 799 of them. Yeah, with like, again, the map has been really, really helpful in getting a lot of these. Like, the object map has been super helpful. I promise you, if the object map were not something I had used, I would definitely be taking a lot longer in order to get them all. We would probably be, I'd say maybe like 300 or 400. You know, that's where I think most people would be if they're being halfway diligent about, you know, Korok seeds. If they're not being diligent, then, you know, maybe even like 50 or less. I've had people come in and literally say, you know, they've only had 50 so far, and they've played over halfway through the game, which is fine. I'm not here to force anyone what to do. Now, I should also say, and this is... Oh, I missed 2 messages. Tension says, I think everybody uses something to find them. Yeah, there are legal methods to help you find them, and then there are more extraneous methods, I guess is what I should say. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin is now 200 Korok seeds away from defeating the true final boss. Yeah, I'm happy to say that we have only 200 left remaining. And Tension says, otherwise you can't track your progress on where you've been. Well, you kind of can. If you zoom in, you do get to see this. But imagine, okay, imagine zooming in on a map and you're wondering, let's say you get to some place like the Great Northern Forest and you're like, wait, are there Korok seeds in here? You'll be spending an eternity going through here and not finding anything. And it's just this really annoying game of zooming back and forth, and with Tears of the Kingdom, you know, you're zooming back and forth twice, possibly 3 times if you're not aware that you don't find any seeds in the depths. If you didn't know that bit of information, you'd be literally searching forever. The legal method, I believe, is Majora's Mask. No, it's not Majora's Mask. That lets you blend in with enemies. I want to say there's a Korok Mask that will shake if you're nearby. I think that's the verbiage used. Yeah, that's not very helpful. That is not helpful whatsoever. Okay, so what's the deal with this? Mr. Jason says, when this game was first announced, you were hoping for Korok seeds in the depth. Honestly, okay. I wouldn't have minded Korok seeds in the depths. I think that's fine. In fact, I wish they would have split it up 300, 300, and 400. You know, with 400 being on the surface. I think that would have spread things out, so it didn't feel like you had 800 or 900 on the surface left to find. Oh, I'm not in the right place, which would explain why I'm having issues. Ah, I see it. It's literally right there. Mr. Jason says also Skylinals. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe. That probably would have been fine. I can handle Linals, but maybe not a lot of other people would have been able to handle Linals all that well without a sincere boost in you know, aerial combat, all you really have is your bow. You would kind of need to be able to parry or swing your sword or whatever. Otherwise, I could see that getting annoying real quick. One neat feature about the object map, I should say for those that are using it, is you can literally mark off the Koroks as you find them. So you don't need to any longer keep zooming in and out. You can literally just, if you load up the same instance of object map every time, which I can because it's clipped to my OBS like docs, I can literally use that as like an actual bona fide tracker. It's really good. Tension says in Breath of the Wild, some Koroks are in the water and really hard to find. Yup. Some of them are some of them are like, I want to make sure I'm not mixing up Tears of the Kingdom puzzles with Breath of the Wild ones. These would have been like your fairy light or like spots where these would have been you know, or I think there's a couple where it's just like find a random object. I know there's one, let me see if I remember right. In Hylia Bridge, the Bridge of Hylia, there's like one right here, and it's literally climb a battlement or climb along one of these, climb along this central like tower or whatever, and there's literally a bow you can pick up, or a shield or something. And that spawns a Korok seed, if my memory is correct. Not in the water per se, but a lot more of them are also, you know, block puzzles like these. I think that's the ones that can be in water, are these block puzzles, just like so. Come on, get in the hole. Thank you. Should not have been difficult. Hashtag not sponsored by McDonald's. My dad got me lunch today, and a frappe to go along with it. And I'm very happy that I have a frappe. So if people are like, what the heck is McDonald's branding doing here? That's why. It's just it's a frappe plastic cup. Not sponsored or anything, and my opinions do not reflect you know, corporations that happen to appear on lunch items and etc. etc. Yeah, just not sponsored. Tension says a stick on the side of the bridge. Yep. You got it. It took you 30 minutes to find. Yeah, I happened to kind of like, I had to like really look for it. I think it was one of the ones that I had to go off camera to find and not touch, and then come back on camera and display. Mr. Jason says, but as Mr. Coin knows, Mr. Jason admires Lionels. Yeah, they're an honorable opponent. I admire them too. I like Gleox more, but I like a challenge. What can I say? I'm Elden Ring pilled. I like challenging combat. Mr. Jason says, imagine, Mr. Coin, you're driving your hover bike and a winged Lionel just flies by and does a drive-by by smacking you with its weapon. No thank you. No thank you. I mean, I wouldn't really be super upset, but I like my Lionels grounded. Thank you very much. Plus, the combat would be perhaps a touch easier, because you could, like, continuously mount the Lionel, maybe. It depends on how fast it is. Mr. Jason says, hashtag not sponsored by McDonald's. Thank you for the anti-promo in the chat. Thank you. I believe I've caught up on messages now, Mr. Jason. For those that are part of the Discord but have not yet read Discord messages, which is perfectly fine. Like that is perfectly acceptable. I'm checking this. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on yet another hour of, Korok hunting. AKA following the map to find them. That's mostly what you're coming in on now. Other than that, I was just getting ready to discuss the Discord notification, because people on YouTube got a curtailed version of that. Because I do have some YouTube folks that just aren't on the Discord, so they don't need to see that. Mr. Shiny says, some Korok puzzles ain't fair and square. Too true. Some are a cute triangle. Yes, I think I actually saw, when I was in college, I saw we had a math and sciences building downtown, and one of the things that would flash would be a meme where it's like, it's this cute kitty with its with its back stretched out and curled out beyond 90 degrees. And they would be, a cute kitty, a cute angle. There would be, like, just interesting memes sprinkled throughout the information display, along with college initiatives and, like, what to do for the upcoming year and so on, which I think is really cool. It's not super cool or anything, but I can appreciate the students that are putting that information together, or the instructors. The instructors some of them are just as savvy with memes, I might add. Let's see. Mr. Jason says a Lionel air battle would probably work out well, but you have to have constant updrafts. Oh, I missed another one. Yep, I appreciate the repetition there. Mr. Jason, yeah, you probably would have to have constant updrafts, or the Lionel would have to be slower in air, which I think could also make a certain amount of sense. Tension says, big respect. Most people don't 100% any game, they just rush through it. Well, I don't like to think of it that way, but there's some people for whom the joy of gaming is to rush through. We call those speedrunners. I am someone who enjoys the 100% experience, and it's kind of just a channel shtick of mine. Any percenters are like a more general term for that, yes, Mr. Jason. I think that's just as valid. I kind of liken the philosophy more to playing the amount of the game you want to play, right? So they want us to do this, just like that. Figured out the easy trick to get those completed. Tension says, like this game, you gotta pace yourself because it's an RPG. It is actually an action-adventure title. There are no RPG elements to speak of. There is a story, but you don't level up. You don't get to make your own character. A lot of people would say that it feels like an RPG, but it isn't, for those exact reasons. I personally view it as an RPG because it still has a story. You're playing a role. The role is fixed. But a lot of people get real ornery when you try to say, Super Mario Odyssey and The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom are RPG games, because they say the role should be variable. Mr. Shiny says, you plan to 112% Hollow Knight? Good luck. I hear that's difficult. They go on to say, some games aren't too 100% friendly. 2 of those games are Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I'll say, yeah, in fact, the literal point, for those who don't know, the stuff you get from the Koroks, right? For those that aren't in on this joke yet, there is a interview that was done a number of years ago before Tears of the Kingdom released, where someone asked the dev team to explain, you know, what the meaning is behind the Koroks. Like, why you collect, like, these little droplet, like, teardrop-shaped items, and why they have a distinct smell. Why would they write that in the description? It's a scat joke. It's a poop joke. That's what it is. They literally confirmed in the interview, it's a poop joke. Your entire reward for getting, I am so tired of you, Yiga Clan. Stop. Get out of here. Like I was saying before, yes, the whole thing is that you get a giant piece of poop. Your reward is poop. It's just a huge stinky turd. That's all it is. It's the game literally spits in your face and said, after 50% or 500 and some odd of the Korok seeds, you are wasting your time. They were like, the devs were of the opinion the game is not a checklist. This is not required for the full experience, knowing full well that they still put unlocks in the giant poop joke. They put weapon slot unlocks in the poop joke and just expected people not to 100% and literally read the room. I'm not kidding. That is extra stupid. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't click a program open. Tension says, I'm dead. As was I when I found out. Tension says, when I got that, I was standing there for like 10 minutes. Like, what? Yes. The Japanese devs love to sneak in a good poop joke or sex joke from time to time. I'm not kidding. Mr. Shiny says, for goodness sake, OOTs 100 Skulltulas have a better reward? Yeah, repeatable money. You literally get 200 rupees. I actually don't remember if it's repeatable. I think it's repeatable. It could be a one-time reward. That makes it worse if it's one time. And maybe I'm too randomizer influenced to know what that reward is baseline anymore. Mr. Jason says, and even that reward is kind of meh, Mr. Shiny. Ah, yes. I mean, it's money, and by the time you get the 100, you shouldn't need it, but at least it's tangible, it's valuable. You can buy potions with it. Mr. Jason says, oh, can you put something on your list of things to test? I read that if you pause your game just as a Yiga appears and changes to the full Yiga uniform, the Yiga disappears immediately. Sure. If I hear Yiga clansmen start to teleport in, I will be ready with a pause. Mr. Jason says it's infinite, Mr. Coin. Good. My memory was a bit faulty on that. I've beaten Ocarina of Time many times, both vanilla and randomized. So I've played it randomized pretty much ever since like the mid 2010s. Maybe late 2010s. Yeah, so I haven't played vanilla in some time. Randomizer's good. What can I say? Mr. Shiny says it's repeatable, but at that point you don't really need rupees. Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's grab this Korok here. We've gotten interrupted a couple of times. Hello. Ah, here. Mr. Jason says, imagine if they do an Ocarina of Time remake, but an expanded area and added Korok seeds. No. No. I would publicly excoriate Aonuma and their team of developers if they did that. I would socially flagellate them with their failures. The Korok seeds are a failed mechanic. They need to stop finding ways to include them. I can't. Why? We've had 4 games with these wretched seeds. Four. The two the two Hyrule Warriors games, Age of Calamity and Age of Imprisonment, and the two Wild Era games. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, did I tell you there are 2,176 Korok seeds in existence?" You did. You counted them up. Most of them are in the Wild Era, and then the rest are split up between... hold on. Did I... Yeah, we got that. I need to mark some new Koroks. I will never get over that. Sorry. The Korok seeds are just abominable. They're a waste of time. Not necessarily the story is a waste of time, but like the incorporation of them, the execution of them is bad. I can't fathom why they would continue this scat joke forever. Do the devs really get that much sick, twisted enjoyment? It reminds me of Hidetaka Miyazaki, I think his name is. He's the lead dev for the team FromSoft, with like the Soulsborne era games. You know what he did in pretty much every single iteration of Dark Souls? And I don't know about Bloodborne, but I know Sekiro had it too. Swamp. Poison Swamp. Dark Souls 1, you had Blighttown. Dark Souls 2, you had Below the Well. Poison Sewer. Dark Souls 3, you had a Poison Swamp. Sekiro, you had a place with poison in it. Elden Ring, you have multiple poison swamps. You also have a sleepy swamp, a deathblight swamp, and multiple lava pits that sometimes have shrubbery, so it's a swamp. I can't. I can't with the Japanese and their constant need to include... I say Japanese, let me get specific. Japanese game devs and their constant need to include a scat joke somewhere, or my personal favorite, feet. Always with the feet. The maidens, all the shrine maidens, have no shoes in Dark Souls. None of them. I'm sorry, I'm getting on a soapbox now. Bear with me. I am going on a soapbox. The shrine maidens have no shoes. All of the priestesses have no shoes. The lame-legged albinoric archers, they're female, they ride wolves, they also have no shoes. All the dresses have no shoes. I can't with the partial degeneracy. Why? Do they have a foot fetish that I should know about? I just... No. Okay. The Korok seeds have broken me enough. Let me catch back up on chat. And we'll go from there. Sorry. Tension says, don't forget, he'll dance for you anytime after he gives you the poop. Yeah. It's a dance of gloating. Like, I gave you the biggest dollop of poop ever. I could just dance until the crows come home. I can't do it. I don't... Ooh. Oh my goodness. Let me continue to catch up on chat. Mr. Shiny says, if I ever make a video game, you will sneak in Easter eggs that mock Korok seeds for sure. The anti-scat joke, I would pay money to see that. I absolutely would pay good money to see that. I would even sell off pints of my own blood to make it happen. That's how much I want to see it. Mr. Jason says, Hyrule Warrior Age of Calamity has 175 Korok seeds, and Hyrule Warrior's Age of Imprisonment has 101 Korok seeds. Well, goody. At least it's under the 200 department. in each game. Mr. Jason says that town is really a blight on the environment, eh, Mr. Coin? Blight Town is a beloved place. The poison swamps are fine. Just, you know, pack the appropriate curatives. The swamps and other stuff are mostly famous because it seems like you can't go a FromSoft title without having a poison swamp somewhere in there. Also, I'm pretty sure Miyazaki is like a huge Bleach fan, which may explain why things are super gory and oftentimes there are poison swamps. Like the environments are brutal. If you let Miyazaki's imagination run wild, the land would truly be a brutal, unforgiving place. Mr. Shiny says the idea of an Easter egg would be hearing the yahaha and try to open a bathroom stall or something. Yeah, that would be pretty good Easter egg. Mr. Jason says, I would purchase 2 copies of a Mr. Shiny game if it were physical, funds permitting. Mr. Shiny then says, in Legend Z to A, the professor of the region apparently has a fully developed model of feet despite always wearing shoes. Yeah, well, I mean, you have to develop the feet. What if they have a seasonal? You don't want little nubbins to show up as, part of the model unless, the professor is like shown to be, partially paraplegic or whatever, then that would make sense. Mr. Jason goes on, Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Japan has some very weird accessories, like a hand stylus that you put on your finger to use the Nintendo DS's touchscreen. That's not super weird. That's unusual, but I wouldn't call it weird unless the design is weird. Sorry, I just had to get on my soapbox for like a solid couple of minutes. Tension says, I was like, what is this real? I just saw him dance like 50 times. I mean, they're celebrating that they got rid of their constipation. Didn't you know? They literally got rid of the thing that was making them unable to relieve themselves. That's exactly what it was.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Thank you very much for the redemption. I know to add about 3 seconds after I grab the cap. Mr. Jason says it's a really tiny hand with one finger pointed out for the touchscreen. Makes sense. Yeah, I would say that's unusual, but not necessarily weird. Mr. Shiny says you're getting better at this. Well, I happen to have a hat on hand. Also, the hat is sitting nicely on my head this time. It definitely was not sitting on my head all that nicely the last time. And this next one is like here, let's say. But yeah, this is like a, this is a good time to mention this. If you're on Twitch, and you have channel points to spend, you can spend them on making me do little things like wear a cap for 5 minutes, or making me remove my glasses for 5 minutes. I think I need to put a different I need to make these like distinctly different timers. Like that's still very much a work in progress. I do not want to aggro that right now. Thank you, video game, but no. I'm sorry, what the heck? Did anyone else spot that? Like the game just froze for a second? Hello? Hello, video game. Would you like to explain that? That was a huge lag spike. Mr. Jason says, you look truly captivating today, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Mr. Shiny says, it's a very nicely encapsulated compliment, Mr. Jason. You're quite welcome. Encapsulated complication. we describe lipid encapsulated viruses like that. An encapsulated complication. Okay, thank goodness this was easy. I will take easy Koroks. You hate autocorrect, says Mr. Shiny. I generally don't like autocorrect myself. It gets in the way of, it definitely gets in the way of, like, pushing out messages on mobile. And because I have my relatively new phone, I've had it for not quite a month now. It's out in the living room charging, but my Google Pixel loves to autocorrect a lot, and it really can be quite insufferable about that. Mr. Shiny says, of course they can't leave this kind of Korok behind, huh? Too true. Mr. Jason says, we've been live for 50 minutes and you've not typoed yet? Well, don't manifest it into existence, good sir. You'll soon make one inadvertently. You know what they say about Murphy's Law? If you invite Murphy, Murphy will invite himself. You don't even have to do that sometimes. Okay, this one's probably up here. Yeah, there we go. Tulin, buddy, I need you to not be doing that. I love my hotkeys. Can I just say that? I love my hotkeys. Also, I got completely derailed by the Korok thing some time ago, and I never actually talked about the Discord notification that I had sent earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about that now. So, with the... I have started restructuring a few things on the Discord. For those of you who change at me, I have a couple of new benefits channels. I will be in the midst of updating descriptions, but I have a new place where you guys can have your own server index, as well as a place to just give me more direct feedback of any kind. There are a few other things I want to add as well for membership features, but I think these are small things I can do to make the Discord not only easier to use, but also more rewarding to use, because you're not having to navigate 50 different things to try to, like, 50 different things to try to, like, you know, find your way around the server. You could just go back to the directory and click where you want to be. You do scroll to the beginning of the channel, so you will have to scroll down, but Discord has an auto jump feature. People can literally just use that. I think that's fine. Mr. Shiny says, Tulin likes blowing things out of proportion. They sure do. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, do you remember when you said that you modded your Nintendo 2DS a little while ago? Vaguely, yes. You had some trees that were a little bit too close to the pads in your Animal Crossing New Leaf Town, and you knew in-game that you had to cut them down and then buy more and replanted them. And replant them. But since you modded your Nintendo 2DS, you opened your save data in the ACNL Town Editor tool, and the trees are just green squares that you can place. Nice. Yeah, that's hilarious. Mr. Shiny says, I wish your feathery friend would use his skills for good. If, for example, he could raise the wind, you would be grateful? Ah, you mean literally just act like a Hylian pine cone? Tossed into a fire, you know, aka our good buddy pal Rivali. That's what Tulin should be. Yeah, I could see that. I could see the benefit of that. You know what would have been cool is, like, we can use Unobo while we're on a flying vehicle. It would have been nice if maybe we could have used Tulin by holding down ZL and then pressing a button. I'm trying to think. Ooh, we need to go buy some more charges. Mr. Shiny says, you mean from a financial standpoint? So, like, make the stocks more equitable? I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to parse what that meant. Like, from a financial standpoint. Like, I'm probably just being super dense is really what it is. Tension says age of imprisonment imprisonment probably is short if it only has like 200 Korok seeds. Not necessarily. Age of imprisonment is probably a medium, a short to medium length game. And your capacity for how long it is depends on how much of the... If I could stop tangling my feet and my hands, that would be great. Is your ability to spend time getting unlockables, is what I was trying to say before my feet and my arms got entangled on one another. And I truly do mean that. I tried to do that with Age of Calamity. I soon stopped. For exactly similar reasons. The 100% was just not all that fun to try to do. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so incredibly much. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of the hour. I'm not doing this very well. They're 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head at the top of the hour. When that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get right back to the gaming. And as we alluded to earlier, when, you know, Tension dropped that very much well-appreciated like, if you guys like this content and had considered doing so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. And if you do subscribe on YouTube, please consider leaving a like. And if you're feeling especially saucy and you want to let YouTube know that you're human, please also consider leaving a comment. All that stuff really helps out. Just don't, when you leave a comment, don't say, comment for the algorithm boost. YouTube hates that. YouTube's algorithm has detected those little comments, and you will suppress the channel you're trying to help instead. It has to be a genuine comment. So just things to bear in mind as content creators continue to figure out the general algorithm and how YouTube wants people to engage in business. But yeah, that's really about it. I encourage everyone to take a break together so that we don't miss anything. It's just that easy. Or, you know, don't. I'm no one's parent. Mr. Jason says, Rivali, there's no way for you to get up to that divine beast on your own. YouTube, 10 ways that you could get up to that divine beast on your own. Yes, some of them involve glitching. Mr. Shiny says, well, it's a less popular idiom, but it means to obtain money. Okay. Yeah, that would be why. I wasn't aware of the idiom. Mr. Jason says, I'll be once again delayed on the return, Mr. Coin. Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time. Mr. Shiny says collectibles should either be a non-overwhelming addition to gameplay, and if it's a central part of the game, make it significant to the story, like grubs for Hollow Knight being just a nice addition, or Power Moons being a part of the game's plot. Yeah. And there is something to be said for collectathon type games too. Banjo-Kazooie is like a good example. That game has oodles of collectibles. Oodles of collectibles for being an old platformer title. And for the most part, the collectibles are fine. Because people understand what kind of game Banjo-Kazooie is. That it's not pretending not to be a platformer. It's not pretending to make the MacGuffins more significant than they are. There's like a little bit of a story tying in, and that's it. You're free to collect them or not. Nice rock. I love random rocks video game. Mr. Shiny says, in Super Mario Odyssey, of course. Right, yes. I don't believe Power Moons exist anywhere else, so I think you're good there. Tension asks, how long would it take to 100% Calamity? Couldn't tell you. I do not know that off the top of my head. I can, however, during break, if you happen to still be around, I'll have grabbed my phone and I will look into that for you. Because I want to say it's like double the amount of time to complete the game for 100%. And you can kind of like rush through the game if you know what you're doing. There are certain characters that are very good and others that are like meh. You want to avoid the meh characters. Mr. Shiny says another example of collectibles for the story are strawberries in Celeste. Yeah, aren't they? I actually forget what they're for. Then again, I've only ever watched Celeste. I've never played it. I couldn't tell you. I feel like I overcounted a Korok somewhere. But anyway, I will have your answer to you shortly, Tension. See everyone after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. Nature called and I had to answer. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Not the commercials for sure, but, you know, the stretching, the drinking, the hugging a loved one, and so on. Before we continue, I'll catch up on chat. Tension, are you still around? You on break? Just want to make sure. I don't want to, you know, share the information and then you not receive it. That would really stink. Mr. Shiny says they're only important for the epilogue scene, so they're important if you want the good ending. Got it. Mr. Shiny says no one forces you to collect them, but each and every one of them offer a very satisfying challenge. Yeah, I watched Carl Sagan 42 and Salments both play Celeste. They each had different approaches to collecting strawberries. Tension says, yeah, you're here? Good. Okay. So, Tension, this one's for you. According to Google, the base game of Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity requires 20 to 25 hours to complete. That's main story. For 100%, you need 70 to 75 total hours. So once you subtract off the amount of time required for base game to be fully done, you need 50 extra hours. That is a 200% increase compared to the time required to just beat the game, like beat the main story. And I say 200 because 25 to 50 is 100 and is 100%, and then 25 to 75 is 200%. You're tripling the required amount of time, which is a 200% increase. Tension says, wow, yeah. Now, and that's, you know, that's pretty tame for 100% in a game, like a 200% increase in the amount of time spent. Where did my thing go? I hope it went somewhere where I could catch it. It even has like two. It even has like two. Oh, hello. It didn't fall down. It might have fallen down, actually, which is not great, of course. Yeah, I think that's exactly what might have happened. Let's see, what do we even have here? I need to find, like, other trace objects. Okay, that stays like it is. Right there. Get up there. Tension says you gotta do it. 100% games are your weak. 100% in games are your weakness. That's fair. I made it a channel shtick. I try not to just beat games. I try to fully complete them. Show my audience everything there is to offer about the game. Other than, like, I could point out a handful. I would count Breath of the Wild as a game that I have failed my audience on, but we beat it. It was the previous game we played before Tears of the Kingdom. Tales of Berseria is one. Oh, I think that rock's gonna fall. I'm surprised the game counted that. But nice. I got to cheat the Korok out of the system. Anyway, what on earth? Where? This is bothering me. It literally should have not. It fell off the rock. Hold on. I might be able to better get a look around once we get up to the top of the hill here. Okay, I think... Oh, it went over here. Cool. I was worried about that. Anyway, Tales of Berseria, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Torn of the Golden Country. There are a couple in recent history that I've just never finished, but they were in large part due to, like, things happening in my real life. Steel Rising is an example of a game I just did not ever finish. Like, I beat one route, and I never actually went to complete the other two routes. And the route that I was aiming for was not a route that I got. I got a completely different route ending, and I was super extra upset about that. I have not touched Steel Rising since. I was that miffed about getting a different ending. And Steel Rising is not a terrible game. It's not perfect, it's not even great, but it is a halfway decent game once you get the optimization fixes in place. But the obtuseness with which the story operated on is just unacceptable. Okay, what am I missing here? Also, I should definitely be... I have not been tracking these. Tension says you beat Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Kirby Forgotten Land, all 100%. That's nice. That's awesome. I hope you continue to 100% games. There's a certain abject joy to being able to say, I can put the game down now. I don't need to touch it again for a while unless I just want to. I think that's something that its value is not so much extrinsic as it is intrinsic. Like, it's a value that you, the person, have to want to have, so to speak. I want to 100% games. It's just sometimes it's not always feasible, and as I'll explain in the video essay and during, like, the review that we do once the game is, you know, completed. I try to do reviews of these, reviews of the games we play. Sometimes the 100% experience is just not worth it. You just don't get enough to justify the game dragging out the playtime. I would argue that the Legend of Zelda Wild Era games are very much in this department. Because I'm not going to exclude the Koroks from that. The Koroks pad out the playtime. They literally do. Outside of being a scat joke, that is their intended purpose. Especially given how obtuse they are to find, how much of a waste of time they are to find. And I get it, it's a joke. You know, you're not supposed to... The game is not a checklist. I got it, video game. I got it. Promise. But... And the game is not a checklist. But what I will say is that to some people, that's exactly what 100% means. If you say there's a limited number of something, some people, like myself, are going to count that as part of the overall complete experience. If you really wanted to treat the, you know, Koroks as a poop joke, you wouldn't have put more than 50. You would have kept the joke to something reasonable and not, oh, we can do 2. We can do a combo special, baby. We can pad out the playtime and laugh in the face of the player. I'm wanting a horn is what's going on. Let us... Sure, I'll grab this. This one right here. Perfect. Okay, so this one, I think, is inside the waterfall, if I had to guess. We're gonna find out. But I quite enjoy 100% in most titles. And that is something I'll highlight in the video essay that I will be making. Tension says, thank you, Mario Kart World is super long. I can imagine. I can imagine. Especially with the way that Doug Bowser hyped up like a lot of it. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you have a certain way of talking. You forgot how many power moons were in Super Mario Odyssey and thought that it was 800 and someone said it's actually 880 and you were like, ah, GG. I'm glad that someone definitely saw through my deliberate mistake. Like, I secretly knew the whole time I was wrong and totally didn't forget what I was talking about. That totally didn't happen. Yeah, some people are definitely predispositioned to talk that way. Classic troll manipulator speech, which is fine. We're kind of moving our way down the like eastern coastline of Upland Zorana is what we're doing. It's about the same distance. You're really not saving any time by using the spin dash. It's literally just to kill fish. Titchet says there were 999 moons. Wait, which is it? I'm hearing 800, I'm hearing 880, and now I'm hearing 999. Is this a job for Google again? I might have to look it up. Not that I don't believe what everyone is saying, just conflicting accounts, right? If they're conflicting accounts, we kind of need to put that to a rest. What the heck? Is this another like offering plate? Mr. Jason says it is 880, but you have to buy the additional power moons to get from 880 to get 999. Really? So it's like a weird hybrid count thing? Tetsu says you only have to get so many, but you can get 999. Okay, that's making a lot more sense. So it's like a pseudo collectible, where you do have to collect it, but you can also buy it. Kind of like the bananas in Donkey Kong Bonanza, I think. I think you can literally buy bananas at an increasing rate. Let me just swap over. That looks to be a... Oh, I thought that was a tent. Maybe not. Yeah, no, that doesn't look like a tent. Okay, I'm good to mark this location. I can see the tent, I should say. Let's see, we have... Where's this one? It would be... Oh, goody. It's literally right here, and that's probably where Talus is. And then the next one is up here, I think. Tension says your ship turns gold after you hit 999. Okay, so there's like a cosmetic reward. Mr. Jason was like, yes, Mr. Jason got 880 and then thought, yeah, all good. I'm done. I mean, those are all the organic power moons that you can find, right? Like we said, you can literally buy up to cap. So it's like a pseudo collectible in that sense. It wants to be a currency, but it also wants to be a collectible. It's weird. It's weird. And just swap this into the correct facing direction. There we go. That's a bit better. Jason's and then Mr. Jason says, or Korok seed color. Oh god, that would be an awful reward for getting the complete. Like, yes, we're gonna make them like lime green, like my counter underneath. That there's gonna be lots of green things. This game's base color is green, I should also say. A lot of things have like a chromatic green hue to them, like a greenish goldish hue to them. It's the Zonai colors. I get it. This game actually has semi-interesting like color scheming. That also might come up when I do the video essay. There are going to be lots of little subtle details that I'll try to like pull up for the video essay. It's going to be the first of its kind too. I'm not usually known for those. I like to do my reviews right on stream, and the video essay is not replacing the review or anything. Just I figured something more substantial that's a bit different than the usual will serve as like long form content. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason, oh, that's directed at people. Okay, this is like a cross-platform conversation, which is totally fine. I generally tend not to read conversations that are directed between people. I'll scan them, but I won't actually read them out loud. I mean, it's where I'm kind of drawing the line on what I do and don't read, more or less. Especially as I get to be a bigger channel. I really do want to thank people for the continued subscriptions on YouTube, by the way. We are approaching 150 subscribers, and at the 150 mark, I might deign to do something else as like a small milestone. Last time I made a card for 100. I don't know what I'll do for 150. Maybe with a few more people that have joined the Discord and everything, I can now actually have a few people ask me questions. Like we can do a Q&A type thing. I'll make sure people on YouTube know as well that I'll be doing a Q&A. That way we can all kind of get to know me as the creator. Not that I don't, chit-chat about myself in the meantime, but still. There are things that I don't comment as much about on live streams just because it never really crosses my mind in like the same way as it would in like a long form video. I would just never think to talk about certain things. But also, I want there to be a balance between what I talk about live versus what I talk about in long form. When people, chit-chat with me live, they're wanting an unscripted answer. I can actually afford to, like, perfectly curate an answer. Like, they're wanting something a bit more detailed and well thought out, then, that's what they're gonna get. They're gonna get that. Tension says, are you doing a Zelda marathon, or are you gonna switch it up? I'm torn, Tension, as always. Very non-committal answer. We're doing a Discord vote item on the next game we're supposed to be playing, and, so far, you guys have voted to let me pick. And Coin has very much been wanting to challenge run for a while now. Tension, you may be more in tune with this because, you're subscribed on YouTube, but you may have seen some Elden Ring videos pop out of the works. It's just, me doing the routing for a potential run. That's kind of what I want to go back and do, is actually complete a proper deathless run that I started many years ago. I want to do that. On the other hand, it's also another choice that on the vote item. And so I feel like if I just pick if I pick that, right? If I pick option 3 with option 10, then it feels like people should have just voted for option 3. It feels deceitful to pick that. If I pick Elden Ring Reforged, if I pick Elden Ring plus that giant overhaul mod, that's a selfish choice. That's a me choice. Like, I'm doing it for me, and much less for other people. Also, there really aren't a terribly great many things I can do with voting in terms of voting on where we're going in the game. With challenge runs, it kind of becomes set. I need to do things in a specific order for quest purposes, you know, to get a spell early so we can start the deathless restriction, things like that. And my community is, at least in some part, built on the concept of voting for things. We can't vote on a hitless run or a deathless run. I could have you guys vote on what kind of run to do next. You know, we could build up toward it with channel points, or I could do it in Discord like I've always done it. Something like that. But we would never be able to vote mid-game on something that we were trying to do. That's just not happening. I just want to go ahead and set that. Just want to grab it on its way back up. Right there. There we go. Perfect. The deathless runs are fun. I enjoy them. They're a different side of me, though. And I will go and read your message in just a second, Mr. Jason. I just wanted to finish stringing my thought together. It's a different side of me. You guys are, I'm able to pause the game, right? I can do that. I can talk to you guys. If I can't do two things at once, I don't have to. With Elden Ring, you can't pause. Now, with the mod I'm going to be using, there's a little feature that I can grab to pause, but I feel like if I grabbed that feature, I would just be encouraged to pause the game every 10 minutes or 5 minutes to talk, and I don't think that's right. Also, no one would take me seriously on challenge run leaderboards if I did that. So it's going to be a very different experience where... Oh, doesn't this have to go this way? I think it has to go that way. Yeah, there we go. Some people may not like that, because generally when I'm challenge running, I'm not talking as much. I'm just not. Like, Elden Ring requires, especially like a condition on just playing Elden Ring, like a deathless run, requires my full concentration. There will be times where I'll be practicing instead of, you know, doing a run, but and so I can like do what I can talk freely during practice, but when a run starts, I got to be clocked in and focused. And not everyone likes that. My sibling has notably had a little bit of a disagreement about that. You know, especially since the people I'm collecting right now are Zelda, you know, they are Nintendo folks, which is totally fine. I have no problem with that. But they're not used to games where you can't pause, like at all. They're not used to that. And additionally, some people are just not. The Nintendo demographic is sometimes like sometimes like, you know, filled with children, and children don't always understand that, oh, I'm playing a very difficult game, I can't pause, so I can't talk. And when you're on a streaming platform, you have to talk, or you're not entertaining anyone. So I'm very torn. I really want to do that thing, but it would kill the identity of my channel if I did it. It would be a purely selfish move, which is why some other part of me wants to pull from the suggestions so that, A, it doesn't feel like, oh, people voted for option 10, but they might as well have voted for option 3. And also, you know, so that we can continue to talk and bond normally as like a group, if that's making any kind of sense. I'm a whole lot of meta level discussion to say I'm not sure yet. But those are just like my thoughts on what I want to do versus what I think my community, what you guys would prefer that I do instead. Let me go back and catch up on Twitch. I feel like I have done Mr. Jason especially dirty by taking as long as I did to complete that train of thought. Mr. Jason says, just for the intention of tension and Mr. Coin, 999 power moons for a gold-colored balloon is not entirely accurate. You just checked your save file in Super Mario Odyssey, and Mr. Jason can confirm that Mr. Jason has 844 power moons, and the Odyssey balloon is gold-colored. So is it like finding all of the organic ones then? Mr. Jason says, goes on to say, and still 9,657 coins spare, Mr. Coin. Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Jason says, oh, apparently Mr. Jason is not finished with Super Mario Odyssey. There are still some costumes that you can buy for the normal coins. Welcome back, User 11. Good to see you again. You're asking why I'm talking in third person. I'm reading the messages that people send me as though I'm trying to speak it from their perspective. So I will often refer to myself oh, you mean Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason, yes. I don't know how Mr. Jason feels about the Mrs. Honorific. I will let him field that one. Mr. Jason says, and one cap, the 8-bit Mario cap is 9,999 coins, Mr. Coin. Ah. It's okay. It's fine. I thought it was funny. It was an honest misspell, right? So you got to be able to laugh at that. If you fall and trip on the ground and you're not seriously hurt, then you want to avoid the sting of embarrassment, just laugh. Laughter is quite truly the best medicine and the best social bridge that everyone can ask for. Truly, I mean that. J&P, Mr. Rasby did something pretty similar, where he called the jokes and pun counter by everything under the sun except a jokes and pun counter. He literally did that. He referred to it as, you know, the Jones and something else counter, and all that other sort of business. It's hilarious. Intention says, yeah, I got all the outfits in Odyssey, and it was a nightmare getting to the 8-bit cap. I can imagine. That's a lot of money to grind. It is like a huge amount of money to grind for, like, almost no reason. Mr. Jason says, pertaining to your previous conversation, Mr. Coin, there's that typo that you were worried about, by the way. It is good to see what the community thinks, but at least Mr. Jason is happy no matter what you play. I have a few people in my community that just want to see me, and I'm happy about that. It's the stuff I'm thinking about in, like, it's the content creator question that I'm not sure non-content creators really truly, like, grasp the full perspective of. If that's making any sense. Welcome on in, Sizzling Seal. It's been a while, good sir. How are things going for you? Hopefully you're well in both health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are engaging in another day of Korok cleanup. You know, the thankless task that almost nobody, and I do mean almost nobody, wants to engage in. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, good. Glad to hear it. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing a lot better now, thanks. Oh, God. I mean to, like, ship that blog and publish it, but part of me is, like, really holding on to not wanting to publish it for different reasons, because it's, like, not a good vlog. I recently recovered from a moment in time where I'm being honest, and this is a trigger warning. So if anyone has had this issue before, this is your time to, like, cover your ears. But I had a moment a couple weeks ago where I felt really compelled to go grab a sharp implement and start cutting. Just light lacerations to feel something else. Not great, but I am a lot better now. I don't discuss that in the vlog, which is part of why I want to go back and redo it. But at the same time, there's like a lot of content creator questions I'm asking myself. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you for asking. Life just sucks sometimes, is what I'll say about that. Mr. Jason says, GG, Mr. Cohen, you were hoping that you would pick up on your deliberate mistake, Kappa. Indeed, Mr. Jason, for we all knew what the correct spelling was, right?
Useless flesh.
Tension says it will get better. God, gotcha. I appreciate that, Tension. I really do. I'm not just admitting to that for, like, sympathy points or anything. I really do mean that. It was something that I had great difficulty opening up to my uncle and my dad about. I hadn't, in all my 33 years of living, I have had depressive episodes before, but I never quite had it so bad that A, my zest for life was completely gone, and B, I had never actually thought about doing that, ever. I'm 33. It sounds like I shouldn't have this problem, right? But, you know, I have yet to hit several life milestones that all of my peers have hit. A lot of them have a family. They have children. They have stable careers. They can say that they've done something for society. I don't have that. As well put together as I look, it is a thin veneer. That's all it is. It's a veneer. But I try to remind myself that everything will work out. I try not to get lost in that miry,
I shall
dark
place the sorting
place.
hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
I know to add about 4 seconds. Thank you so much for that redemption, user 11. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, yeah, everything will work out in the end. I tried.
I can't see without my glasses.
My glasses. I can't be seen without my glasses.
Okay, we've got 2 timers. One for I can't read, so I'm gonna have to squint. Tension says, we are all emotional in certain situations. We're just human. It's autistic burnout. Chronically untreated autistic burnout can lead to depression. It just kind of can. It's a fact that not too many people know, because lots of people see us spectrals, us autistic people, as, you know, possessed with demons, you know, like the beliefs of old, or, I don't know why I can't jump out of the hover bike, but that's interesting. Or they see us as, you know, something strange to be kept in a closet, or like in a bedroom cupboard, like Harry Potter, or whatever. Reading without my glasses really sucks. Okay, I'm kind of having to lean into my screens here. Yeah, I sure hope. I truly think that God works through people. And so I think it's less that God has me and more that God is keeping an agent to watch over me. And at some point, that agent will do something. And I don't know what that is going to be. I really don't. That's kind of the nature of the spirit world. You just don't know what this stuff is sometimes. That is this point right here, right? God, this is an experience I've not experienced in a while. Thank you for the glasses redemption, I might add. Mr. Jason says, to the people who say we need to be kept in bedroom cupboards, or kept in cupboards, we need to say, Narnia your... I'm sorry. Narnia your business. That's funny. User 11 says... on the Amperes menu, oh, okay, so the channel point redemptions, the phrase that shows up, it says, watch me suck horribly. That's correct. You are, in fact, watching me suck horribly right now by not being able to read or play. I'm moving a lot slower because of that. The rest is hidden. Yeah. That is because the title is long, and so it cuts off to what you're able to read. If you click on but don't redeem the reward quite yet, it should give you a description. It depends on whether you're on PC or mobile. I'm not sure if it does something for mobile. I'm not normally a mobile user. So your mileage may vary. Tetris says that's not your crowd. You're doing better than them because you can at least express yourself. Well, I am a social cluster autist, right? Like, for us, in some ways, it's sort of worse. Because when someone sees Jimmy, you know, the physical needs autist, and they're in a wheelchair, you know, they don't have to fight for their accommodations. They either get them or they're denied. The autist with social cluster needs, who can understand what everyone is saying about them, asks for their needs to be met, and they're not, for whatever reason. Because we're expected to be like a normal human being and just deal with it. That people can refuse a polite ask. People do not refuse Jimmy in the wheelchair because Jimmy in the wheelchair might die or might go into a meltdown if he doesn't get what he wants or what he has to have to be functional every day. There's a complete difference. There are a couple of autistic YouTubers that have made a point to talk about this. And they all kind of say the same thing. And that is, they all kind of say the same thing, which is sometimes it would be easier if we couldn't express ourselves, because they would take us seriously. User 11 says, nuh-uh, don't you think you're taking off that hat? Are you about
to place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
I know to add about 4 seconds onto the timer. Very well. The hat is back on. User 11 says, yes, the cutoff is kind of weird. Yeah, it's just cutting off the full description. There's nothing else. Nothing else should be wrong about it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, as much as you like your Nintendo Switch 2, I have to say that your Sony PlayStation 5 has kind of ruined things for me. As in, yeah, sure, games look good in 1080p, but you're so used to 2160p 4K with HDR. Yeah, that being able to see things in 4K is quite the addiction. It's quite the addiction. User 11 says, have you got the Zora helmet? I'm glad you asked, User 11. We have the full set. See? Full set. Okay, and while I am... Oh, we've already actually... Yeah, right. That was just a rock lift. Okay. Where's our lovely little machine? It's around here somewhere. But yeah, we've got the full set. I mean to dye it red. User 11 says, alright, can you tell me if the helmet is on the floating scales island? Yes. I can in fact confirm that for you. Do you want me to tell you exactly how to get it? Or do you want me to give you more of a hint for how to get it if you're struggling with it, User 11? Just so I understand how much or how little to talk about it. We're gonna... I think this one is just ascend through the roof. User 11 says, no, don't tell me you're stuck on it, can't find it. Okay. If you want a hint, let me know. It took me a little bit to find. We're gonna... I'm gonna preemptively do this for Aelin. In case they ask for boom booms. We have them. Oh, nice. I guess that we must have dealt enough damage. Okay. What do we have here? Interesting. A bow favored by the Zora for fishing. It doesn't boast the highest firepower, but the special metal it's crafted from prioritizes durability. We are going to replace this with that, and then we're going to drop it and take a picture. We sorely need to be doing this. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, most people were really excited for Super Mario Odyssey when it was first shown off. Mr. Jason was also excited for Super Mario Odyssey, but you were also excited for Fish. Yes, a whole lot of cheeps and wind resistance. I see you up there, platform. Once we get to Tarm, you know, Tarm Point, I'm gonna make a note to, like, go put a teleport medallion there, and then we're going to, dye our Zora, suit red. Let's see. Mr. Jason says in the Seaside Kingdom you can swim underwater with fish. Yep, you sure can. I do, in fact, remember that. User 11 says, can you give me a hint? I sure can. So, do you remember how I had issues with finding the teardrop? And it was a matter of perspective? On the floating scales island, it is a matter of perspective. You need to look around. You may need to fly around, and you should spot what you're looking for. Try to make sure you look everywhere. That's the hint I would provide. It's perspective. It's not that clever, but the perspective does matter. It's not as clever as the teardrop, but the perspective matters all the same, is what I'll say. Also, I do not need to go up here. Where was this? This was like... This, we would be underneath something? Yeah, so it would be like here. Our bike should be here. Or like right around here. Mr. Jason says, I remember that, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason made that wonderful pun. He sure did. Is that a sufficient hint for you, User 11? Or, do you need me to get more or less precise? Also, if I need to, I can directly show you how to get to it if you're having problems. Okay. Tarn Point is technically back in the previous zone, but I thought I would put that as the thumbnail. I should have paid a little more attention to that. This is underground. Yeah, it sure is. Sorry about that. I'm pretty sure I can take that cap off now. I would like a little bit of a break. My head is getting a bit sweaty. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. I think you get a cap of 3 on that. Let me check that for you.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Thank you for the redemption, user 11. I'm almost positive that's who it was from. Hold on. It's here. I'm pretty sure there is a cap on that. Yes. So everyone gets a cap of 3 redemptions on... No. You don't need to apologize, user 11. You're good. I'm just telling you you've hit a hard cap for today. Every single user gets 3. It's just to keep all the redemptions fresh, and so no one is spamming redeems. That's all it is. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, even on the Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo's water graphics have always been chef's kiss. Too true. The graphics are usually pretty good. Yeah, but user 11, you don't need to apologize. You're good. I'm just explaining a technical thing to you. Mr. Jason says, I don't know about the redeem, but there's certainly a cap on Mr. Coin. Too true. There is, in fact, a cap on my head. Oh, I was about to lose control of a drink, and that was about to not be a happy, fun time for anyone. Let's see, there should be a Korok here. Going back to my previous topic about the whole autism thing, there's a reason why the whole, okay, we need to find the real Korok that is involved with. And that is going to be over here. Yeah, okay. It's literally here. There's a reason why Autism Speaks is kind of an infamous advocacy group among us spectrals. It is because they don't actually value us or take our opinion very seriously. They minimize us. And they're not really for autistic people. They're for the families of autistic people who perceive our existence as having wronged our family in some way. That is what they are really there for. User 11, so is it like the tier 1 from the scales? No. Don't check the sky. Check the island itself. That's the next hint I'll give you. It's not going to be a pattern in the sky. It's going to be somewhere on the island. I trust that is a more direct hint without giving you the answer. If that's causing you issues, I'll be more than happy to help you find it. We probably need to go into a shrine so I can just see how many Koroks we actually have. I feel like I'm overcounting by 1. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason has done the calculations and to complete Super Mario Odyssey 999 Power Moons and all clothing bought, it would cost 47,500 coins. It's 115 Power Moons at 100 coins each. Yeah, I just... Not the funnest experience 100%ing a game ever, is what I'll say about that. Tension says, like my sister said, hurt people try to hurt people. I'm pretty sure there's a famous musician that also said that. I think his name's Kurt Cobain. He also said hurt people hurt people. They're just lost and they need God. They need compassion is what they need. User 11 says, can I get another hint? You're actually lagging so hard. It's fine. It's fine. Sometimes things just cause us to struggle. Okay, so it won't be a place that you can just walk on. If that's helpful. You know how you use the waterfall to get on top of the island and you walk around? Try looking where you can't walk. And that should help point you in the right direction. If you still need another hint, that's totally cool. What I'll probably do is we'll just I'll just stop what I'm doing and I'll show you where it is, which I hope will be acceptable. It'll make sense once you see it. Yeah, I see you over there, Mr. Shrine. We'll go there in a minute. A lot of people that would marginalize us spectrals will quote scripture, and what those people fail to realize is that
You hear that off in the
you know,
distance,
they're
my
not
senators
actually.
and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
What a lot of people fail to realize is that Jesus was friends with lepers and sinners. Jesus was not a Pharisee. And I feel a lot of people get caught up with Jesus the Savior and not who Jesus was as a human being. Like, they literally just don't know their scripture. And if they did know their scripture, they would not be as discriminatory as they are with us spectrals. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. Heavy subject matter, I know. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out today, from Mr. Sizzling Seal to Tension to Mr. Shiny, User 11, Mr. Jason, and so on. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help my channel out for free, and you guys being here is enough. But if you guys do feel like being financially generous and you want to chuck some coins my way, you get some rewards for it. You get emotes and removal of ads if you go through Twitch, or if you use Patreon or Coffee, you get most of the same benefits, just not the Twitch stuff. And it's a lot cheaper too. You're paying, I don't know, $5 less for most of the same benefits. I highly recommend Patreon or Coffee. That stuff will be in my Linktree link if you're wanting to contribute through Patreon or Coffee. If you're wanting to buy a Twitch subscription and, you know, give Bezos half, he takes half, I take half. So you're giving me $254 US dollars, and that's perfectly fine. You get a lot more out of it than I do, that's for sure. There are all the mechanisms available on Twitch. There should be nice shiny buttons you can click on for such a thing. I'm not going to push anyone harder than that. We do take commercial breaks here. At every top of the hour, we take one. They're 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head. Once that timer reaches 0, it's 3 minutes long. I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up where we left off. My goodness, I'm struggling to brain right this second. User 11, would you like me to show you where it is? I feel like I've gone so close to where it is without actually directly telling you how to get it. And that's fine. This isn't frustration or anything. This is, you know, would you like me to show you? You're gonna probably kick yourself once you see where it is. Maybe it's better. Sure, I think I could do that. I've unlocked the shrine. We can travel to it. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to go back over here at Mifa Court, and I will show you how to get there. It's really easy. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the same time. I structure the breaks in such a way that nobody has to pay for a subscription to anything unless they just want to. Nobody has to do that unless they just want to. And that's kind of the goal with these, is I want your experience to be good without needing to spend money, which I know is such a crapshoot in today's world. Okay, so if you guys are wanting to find the helmet, I'm glad I have a chance to demonstrate this. This shows off the Let's Play walkthrough side of my channel experience. So you're gonna go up to Floating Scale Island after you've gotten your quest from the. Actually, you don't even need the quest from the two Zora. You can quite literally just come here, get the item, and then talk to them, and you'll complete the quest in the same cycle as talking to them. So once you're here, your first instinct might be to look for like a pattern that you were trying to find, like a teardrop. You might poke your head around through a number of locations. I highly encourage you to walk around on the island. I'll have to finish after we come back. So sorry. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I ended up getting caught up with a dog. We have a guest over, and she's brought her dog with her, so I had to go handle her. It's perfectly fine. She's such a cute dog. Let's catch back up on chat, shall we? Nothing seems to have changed on YouTube. User 11 says, talking about cliffs, you might throw yourself from one at this point. Please don't defenestrate yourself. Please don't do that. Sorry, I had meant to finish and I lost track of the time. My bad. Well, User 11, assuming that you were here, so what you'll do is you'll kind of walk around, and thank you very much, Mr. Jason. You'll kind of walk around. You might look around on the surface. But then, at some point, you might wonder, hey, wait a minute. Maybe I should try this whole perspective thing, right? Maybe I should find a stable piece of surface to stand on and maybe try looking around. And if you look toward the tail end of the fish, there's your hole. It's literally right here. You'll come in here, there should be a chest, and then you should be able to, grab the helmet from there, come back out, go talk to those ladies, and conclude well, actually, the quest concludes itself. You can talk to the ladies for some extra dialogue, though. User 11 says, oh my god, the amount of times you look there. Yeah, it's easy to miss. You can technically see it from here if you, turn your camera around. I basically did the same thing, but with the more obvious, teardrop over there. But yeah, there's a hole in here. You just literally look around, and there it is. You were looking underneath the thing. Yeah, you were looking underneath, which was a good bit of intuition, but you needed to look on the side. Like that. Since we've stopped mid-course, you tried to ascend, throw arrows at random spots. I gotcha. Yeah, this was probably one of the more frustrating ones for a lot of people, I could imagine, because it's not very easy to find. It's so subtle, too. Mr. Jason says, you weren't sure if that little cave was real at first when you were looking for this, Mr. Coin. I just thought that it was a tail. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. You might not catch the little sconce there, and so you're like, oh, this just looks like a part of the face. It doesn't look like you can stand on it, right? But if you adjust your perspective, you should see the sconce inside, and that should be it right there. Before I continue on, I want to dye this thing. I want to dye this suit of Zora armor. I had meant to do it sooner, but I totally forgot about it during the moment in which I had pointed out that we were going to dye it. So I'm going to dye it now. I knew keeping this bottle of Starry would be useful. All right, Paige, I am in need of your services, my good friend, at the Kochi Dye Shop. I really do need it. Yep. Uh-huh. Hold on. These rainy days remind me of the most romantic date you ever went on. There we were, standing in the soaking rain, and I got down on one knee to propose. Couldn't have timed it better. That's certainly some joke, Sage. I'll tell you that. I would like to dye these clothes. I could dye your clothes or remove the dyed from some dyed duds and return them to their original colorway. Please dye them. Wonderful. Go wait up there. Mr. Jason says, at first you may not see that cave, but you will eventually be enlightened. Sage truly lives to die, Mr. Coin. Enjoy those laughs. I'm trying to, like, spread them out. It's time to tint. Another day to dye that whole outfit at once. All right, choose your dye color or go ahead and change clothes. We are making this a beautiful, bright red. And we're going to pick 5 wonderful ingredients for this dye. And I can't think of 5 better things than 5 like stones. Here we go. Dunk. By the tints, we hardly ever get this color to come out. It's downright miraculous what a difference a new set of duds makes. You're looking very chic. Do you find this palatable? If you'd like to do a re-dye, just let me know. Mr. Jason says, be careful, Mr. Coin. You might get read like a book. Well, hey, a palatable, nice sage. Indeed. Very, very nice. It's like over here, right? Yeah, that's it exactly. Let's go to that shrine. So, 10 points to anyone who can guess why I dyed it red. For those of you that have been listening to me talk, you should know why I've dyed it red. I'll probably give it like a solid 5 minutes. User 11 says, because you like red? That is a very surface level reason, yes. I suppose some small part of it is because I like the color red. And in truth, my favorite color is in fact red, so that's not a unreasonable guess. But no, that's not exactly the reason. It's a small contributor. I'll let that question sit like a few more minutes. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason's favorite color is also red. Well, see, sometimes like people just, you know, think alike. What can I say? Wings on the wind. Okay, so they literally want us to like fly this down there, which is fine. What I want to know, though, is there a treasure chest in some spot where I can't see it? It would be pretty easy to hide one down there as well. No, I don't see anything. And there's nothing on the underside, so I'm wondering if there's like another platform. Oh, that's just the wing flying down. Mr. Jason says, I knew it was possible, Mr. Coin. But from my perspective, at least, I didn't think we could have become better friends than I feel like we were before. But clearly I was incorrect. Well, hey, we just happen to like some of the same stuff. That's not uncommon. There are some truly detestable people out there whose favorite color is also red. But I get your point. Yeah, birds of a feather generally flock together. User 11 says, is it because you don't like blue? No, I like blue well enough. Blue is actually like my second or third favorite color. So, no. I like both red and blue. Nice guess, though. We probably have, like, about 2.5 minutes, and then I'll spill the beans. For those that sort of know, Mr. Jason seems to think it was to match with Sidon. That's like an Aelin guess. I wouldn't think Mr. Jason would guess that. No. I can safely confirm it is not to match with Sidon. I think Aelin would probably dye the suit color red to match with Sidon, though. I'm pretty sure my sibling would also dye this suit red in order to match with Sidon. But no. That is not why I have dyed the suit red. It's something, I'll tell you guys this. I'll give you a hint. It is a reason I have alluded to before about characters in the Wild Era games. You guys have asked me a similar question before about characters. Favorite characters. Let's see if people get it then. Maybe the treasure chest is in this room? That would also make some amount of sense. Certainly not there. Mr. Jason taps out. You're not sure? That's totally fair. It just means that that wasn't really part of the conversation you would have latched onto, and I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. Now, what I can do is, like, quite literally take this and, like, put it over here. Actually, we could probably even put it right there, and that's how we would get to it. Because these seem to be increasing in a, like, a linear, stepwise fashion. Mr. Jason says you may have been one conversation, it may have been one conversation that Mr. Jason was away for at that time. Nope. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm quite sure you were present talking about another joke, as a matter of fact. It's totally fine. I happen to know you were present when I said this. That question really makes my head red. That's totally fair. That is completely valid. It's been 5 minutes. Jason, Mr. Jason, you were so close, my good sir. You shoulda guessed a different character. It's Mipha. The reason I dyed this red is because of Mipha from Breath of the Wild. Remember the other day when I believe user 11 asked me who my favorite character was? And I believe there have been a number of other conversations where people have asked me about my favorite character, and I've said it was Mipha. Yeah, in Breath of the Wild, I dyed the previous Zora armor red in her honor. So in short, I have dyed it red in her honor once again. So there we go. That's an easy question. I'm glad we could turn that into a little bit of a mini game of sorts. I really want to thank everyone for playing along with that. Sincerely, truly. Let me just line this up nicely. Okay, we're gonna line this up a little bit better. And go from there. User 11 says better to me than guessing it is getting a JNP. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let me do it like this. Get down on the tip and then soar up. No! I feel like I was so close that I needed to just kind of move up and down to get it. But yeah, it's because of Mipha. No other reason even. User 11 says, in that shrine I remembered I did a whole airplane and then you remembered the fans. I wonder, methinks you're supposed to have 2 fans instead of 1. And that's probably how we get enough propulsion. Fans are very overpowered in this game. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I glid under and used Ascend. I see. That might be how I need to do it as well. I'm gonna play around with it a minute. I know we have this. I just need to think of, you know, how exactly the game wants us to do this. That's all. In fact, we could probably do something like this. Just put it on the ends, the bookends, like that. Stick this bad boy onto the thing. And probably glide down. It just needs to be like so, and pop the fans. But fans are very, very popular. User 11 says that to get the chest, you use the plane as a stair. That's fair. There are multiple different ways you could do that. You could climb on top of the wing and like lean it up to get that chest, or you could like use a fan like I did to get it. Both methods are completely valid. There are probably other methods as well, but not any that wouldn't require glitching or stapling wings together. Mr. Jason says you need to see which plan you're more a fan of. Too true. I really like the fans a lot. Okay, tilt up. Now, and that should be the chest. I'll wear this commemorative armor for a little while, but then, you know, it'll get annoying not being able to sneak, so I'll put the Sheikah armor back on soon enough. User 11 says the JMP are going really crazy this month. I'll say it's been the middle of the week and you guys have managed to get halfway to 100. And last month, you guys technically would have had 72. User 11 says 60. That was actually last week that we had 60, and that was at the end of the month. You guys probably would have had at least 72 if I had like counted them together all across the month. I reset the JNP counter at the end of each week. It's a good compromise between, you know, some people saying, I don't want to reset it, and other people wanting to reset it every day. I settled on every week, and I think everyone's been decently happy with my choice, or at the very least, accepted that choice. What's up, Mr. Jason? You like user 11's above comment? It works on many levels. You might need to link the one that you're referencing. And when you say above comment, it's probably not the is it weekly. It's probably the to get the it's probably either the JNP counter or it's something else. You'll pin temporarily, that works. And to get that chest, you... Ah, yes. Okay, you can remove the pin now. That's a good one. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. One nice, easy way to get people to, you know, make the referential comment make some amount of sense to me. User 11 says, you lagged. No worries. I do have it on low latency mode, but that doesn't mean people can't lag out. That's the internet for you, eh? You can't always have a lag-free experience. I'll change out the hover bike design, sure. We'll use this one. User 11 says no, like mental lag? Ah, okay. That always sucks. I hate having mental lag. No worries. You didn't know. You didn't know how the counter worked. User 11 says, why don't you just use 2 fans? I like the better lateral mobility with 4 fans. Plus, I found, with the hoverbike design that I found on, r/Hyrule Engineering / Hyrule Works. Actually, this is a great time to demonstrate this because I don't get to demonstrate it too often. Mr. Jason, if you would be so kind as to type in !engineering or !works, you can take your pick of which one. There's a nice blueprint site with a bunch of, as well as a whole subreddit full of like designs that people have made. It's really cool. I used that to help me solve a few problems in the beginning. But yeah, if you click on that, I assume you can filter it to show by your own language, if you need to. I managed to get a paddle boat design out of that, and that was before I found Hyrule Works, which is like a whole site that shows schematics and blueprints. I found the basic hoverbike design through this, and then I didn't like the fact that I couldn't move vertically very much, so I increased the weight, is what I did. This was before finding out about Unobo, by the way. How Unobo basically counts as like an extra object while you're flying around. At least on hoverbikes, anyway. But yeah, that's why I don't just use two fans. I don't like the lack of vertical mobility on my hoverbike. I want to be able to, you know, go up and down. And I can't do that very well on the two-fan hoverbike. Mr. Jason says it's interesting that Unobo should count. He's technically a spirit. It's weird. He, like, counts in some cases, but if the object is heavy enough, right? Like, if he were on an actual, like, flying machine, like a blimp-type device, I don't think he would count very much. It's just because of him being on a hoverbike, and the hoverbike being very sensitive to weight, that he is not a... that it's very much a more serious thing to have Unobo. You notice that's why I'm not flying with Unobo around. He, like, actually affects the trajectory of where I'm going. I'll demonstrate this right now, as a matter of fact. Notice as soon as he's here, there is an immediate rightward shift. And if I remove it and, like, correct my direction, no rightward shift anymore. See? He's an object. He counts like one for the purposes of steering, and depending on where he is, determines how far off course I'll veer when I'm on a hoverbike. He's probably fine if you're on like a land vehicle. It's just aerial craft that he's kind of a bad include, so to speak. Mr. Jason does go on to say that he's technically a spirit. Too true. He is a spirit, so he shouldn't have any weight, but he does. What did I glue him to? I glued him to a tomato. Oh, thank goodness you didn't take the tomato. I would have been real upset if that had been the case. Thank you very much for the check-in. Twitch should hopefully see you as human. You've been talking, so it should really count your view, but it should already be doing that. But User 11 says, wait, you can get 4 for what? For fans? You thought you could only do 3? No. You can only redeem, each person can only redeem 3 of certain commands. The check-in, I believe, is infinite. And it's on a separate counter. So, like, if a limit were, actually, let me check. You know what? Let me not talk guff to you. Let me check the reward itself. Okay, no, I didn't impose a limit on this because I wasn't sure what the algorithm that Twitch was going to use was going to be like. Yeah, so the check-in doesn't have a cooldown on it. It doesn't have a limit. You can redeem it an infinite number of times. The hat command The, a cap for me, a cap to show you, has 3. Has a limit of 3 per user per stream. So each person that comes in can use it 3 times. So like a conga line of people redeeming, the cap is a thing, but the same person can only use it so many times. You have to actually kind of like coordinate this to make it work. Mr. Jason says, unless it is not actually Unoba weighing you down and it's just all those wonderful Korok seeds that your Link is carrying, God, it better not be. That is one huge clump of turds if that is really the case. That would be awful. User 11 says you can just spam it. I wouldn't recommend it, but technically, yes, you can. I think people would be very upset with you if you spammed it every chance you got. And I would probably be forced to do something about it. The check-in is meant to be used as a... You use it once or twice to let Twitch know you're human, so that Twitch counts the viewership effectively. It's not meant to be a joke, more or less. Look, did I not... I did not track a Korok. User 11 says, oh, me? I would never do that. So you say, User 11. So you say. We'll have to see about that one. Okay, well, let's go over here to Tarn Point. I think we actually have a quest to do that's there. Let's see. That is Reservoir Lake. It's the Moonlit Princess. Yeah, the true treasure. A blessed stone was hidden away within a sacred shrine. So it's here. Yeah, let's go confirm that real quick. User 11 says, let me just test something real quick. Oh, man. You thought he could set a hotkey for that? Yeah, no. Twitch doesn't let you do that, unfortunately. You would have to come up with some serious programming in order to make that work. I could, in fact, impose a limit on that if I wanted to, yes. You're completely correct, Mr. Jason. However, I'm going to trust that people still don't do that. If people are using the feature responsibly, I'm not saying you can't check in multiple times, just not too many times in a single sit-in. We're good. We're fine. Oh, whew, boy, that startled me. I didn't expect to see anyone else here. Did you also come here in search of the treasure after hearing about the ancient manuscript from Coda? That's right. It's an ancient manuscript left behind by Coda's ancestors. Since Finley is Coda's daughter, we asked her to tell us all about the contents of that document. It said something like, long, long ago at Tarn Point, a blessed stone was hidden away within a sacred shrine. I know it's an ancient manuscript and all, but the writing lacked clarity. If you ask me, I was a bit skeptical at first. But come on, it's a sacred shrine. If I was going to hide treasure, that's exactly where I'd leave it. Finley was so convinced that she declared treasure hunt. Treasure hunt, ahoy! The next thing I knew, she'd left Zora's domain. She was so excited, and where Finley goes, I go. So here I am. We made it all this way to the cave as a team. But then Finley swam ahead all by herself and went deep inside that cave. Don't lag behind, she hollered back at me. Easier said than done, I'm afraid. Finley thinks I'm capable of anything. She really is such a sweetheart. I've been training like mad, but I'm just not a very good swimmer. Aww. I found a perfect little raft there and thought maybe I could ride it to her location. Nope, the water in this cave goes up and down drastically, so even if you manage to get going, you end up on a rock. That means I have no way forward, so I'm not sure what to do. I promised Finley, of course we'll find the treasure together. Anything for you. That's what I said. Ugh, what should I do? Okay, So let me catch back up on chat here, and we'll go from there. Mr. Jason says that's the difference between someone who's trolling as a beginner and an established troll like yourself, Mr. Coin. You keep all of your cards to yourself until you need to play them. Yes, too true. But still, good. Oh, right, yeah. That's not a bad attempt at all. User 11 says we could make Mr. Coin use a cap for the whole stream. You just need around 50 guys. Okay, so I stream for 4 hours at a time, right? And not counting the initial 5 minutes. I wouldn't stop people from redeeming it, but I just wouldn't do it during the opening 3 or 5 minutes. So I can continue getting ready for stream, like finish making preparations and stuff. So that's 5 minutes gone already. So that's 3 minutes and 3 hours and 55 minutes. Where you can make me wear a cap. So that, and each person can redeem it 3 times before they can't redeem it again for the day. So that's 45 minutes apiece per person. I'm sorry, that is 15 minutes per person. I can math today. So each person can at most redeem that for 15 minutes at a time. So you would need 4 people to redeem it 3 times for an hour. So 4 people per hour times 4 hours basically is 16. You need 16 people, and one of them would have a redemption to spare before reset. So you don't need 50 people. You just need 16. And you all need to collectively agree to do that. User 11 says, oh no, I just had a math exam 3. Please, no. It's not hard math. You just got to think through it. It's just, you need to know how long or how many redemptions that a person can have and how long they last for. 5 minutes, 3 apiece means one person has 15 minutes. You need 4 people per hour in order to make me perpetually wear the hat. So yeah, you just need 16 active people who all agree that they're going to chain together redemptions and not redeem them at the same time, and also not run a different redemption in the meantime. Because I can tell you, if people are making me, redeem removing my glasses, we're probably not doing much of anything for the stream. I'm going to be honest. Mr. Jason says, we welcome spinsters and funny trolls, but nasty trolls will be banned effective immediately. Too true. Yeah, we don't tolerate mean-spirited trolls. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Raspy is an experienced spinster and funny troll. He is. He's not the same garden variety spinster. He's more of the sarcastic type. But yeah, he's relatively funny. He knows his humor. And then Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin should add a take off the hat redeem, and then other people can decide to foil user 11's plan. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to do that. I think if user 11 manages to find 16 people, or you guys collectively decide to promote the stream and get 16 people, then I think that should be just fine. Also, they don't... Oh, they really want us to do that? That's super dumb. Of course we're not going to do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is grab a bomb flower. We're going to put a fan and a steering stick on the back of this. And we're gonna manually maneuver things around that way. Where is it? Right here. Just go ahead and do that. Mr. Jason says, I won't be... oh, this is towards someone else. Okay. Mr. Jason does say, oh, Mr. Coin and Mr. Blitz's stream, you're closing in on 250k. Nice, nice. User 11 says, that's a lot. Can I get some, please? I'm afraid you can't gift channel points. If you've ever seen someone gift points on a channel before, that is not what they're gifting. They are gifting individual currencies from a different program. So, for example, you know, I have Firebot, so on Twitch, I have in the past made a special currency for soundboard stuff, and I used to have people redeem that for soundboard stuff, for haha funnies. And then I realized people weren't actually using the, people weren't actually using that, so I made the decision to put that to an end. Maybe later when I have more people. It's rafting. I wonder if I'm just not trying hard enough to go deeper into the cave. It's rafting time. Huh? You're really gonna help me get to where I need to go on the raft? Thank you, you're ridiculously kind. I'll happily accept your help. You're welcome. User 11 asks, hey Mr. Coin, have you done the Moonlit Princess quest? Nope, not yet. We can make that our next target, though. We've already hit the goal for today. Okay, we're gonna wait. And then we're gonna raft right on over. Mr. Jason says, oh, yeah, indeed. Mr. Jason says that was a rocky start, Mr. Coin. Indeed. Indeed it was. Oh, no, that was a rough ride. Oh, my God. I sure hope that doesn't happen again. Annoying. Yeah, I'll say, if user 11 manages to find 15 people, I would be, you know, impressed. Color me impressed. It's okay, Sasan. You're fine. Just stay calm. And, you know, nobody capsize me. We'll be good. Alright, if we do this, all we have to do is just wait for the last blockade, and then we're good. Quickly, 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 as quickly as a rafted one-fan boat can. We did it! I'm finally here! Thank you! Sasan, look at you! You're so pale! Are you alright? Oh. I am fine, really. So sorry I kept you waiting. Look at that, Sasan! There's a stone emitting a mysterious light! Could this be the sacred shrine that houses the blessed stone written of in the ancient manuscript? But I don't see any treasure like I was imagining. How disappointing. Finley, we journeyed to this cave all the way from Zora's domain in search of treasure. It was really tough, but now the two of us have the memory of seeing this sacred shrine together. That means more to me than any treasure ever could. Sasan, our little treasure hunt, it was a blast. I'll never forget it. You're right. This memory is the greatest treasure of all. Truly, I feel like I missed dialogue because we did this first. Mr. Jason says, there is something that staff should never ask you in a hat store on a ship, Mr. Coin. What's your cap size? Indeed. Yes, please don't remind the staff on a clothing store in a ship that they could literally turn over at any point for no reason, or for, you know, severe weather. I couldn't have met. I've never been on a boat. When I say I've never been on a boat, I've been on a motorboat, right? I've been on a motorboat. I have been on a skiff. I've been out on a raft, but never like a cruise boat. You know, I've never been sailing across the ocean before or across a sea. I've never done that. I don't know how I would feel. I don't feel like I actually suffer from thalassophobia. Thalassophobia is fear of deep water, specifically of oceans, to be more specific. I'm not thalassophobic, but I can't swim, so I would be scared all the same. User 11 asks, hey, Mr. Coin, do you have a Zoras trident? No, I do not. We need to go find one before we can do that quest, but you're right. We should probably get on that sooner rather than later. User 11 says, I'm scared of cruises. I have that. You just said, are you scared of the cruise? Just so I want to understand a bit more. Are you scared of the cruise ship itself? Or is it the water? Is it like thalassophobia? If and you don't mind my asking, of course, user 11, you're free to tell me, hey, I don't want to talk about this. You know, you're fine in saying that. Mr. Jason says, I do love your current weapon, Mr. Coin. Thank you. User 11 says, no, you're hella scared of the ocean. Fair. I'm hella scared of heights. So, you know, we could trade horror stories sometime. Mr. Jason says, I have an odd issue, Mr. Coin. What's that, Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason says, whenever I insert my bank card into an ATM, you tend to uncontrollably cry. There we go. I think I might have withdrawal symptoms. Or you think that you have withdrawal symptoms. User 11 says, although I love the beach and anything with the sea, you think you fear deep oceans? Yeah, that sounds like thalassophobia to me. That would make a lot of sense. So how about not deep oceans or seas? What about lakes or rivers? Same fear or non-existence? It's only the ocean that prompts the fear. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way out here. It's because of you that Finley and I have this treasured memory. User 11 says, no, it's really like deep oceans. Okay. Yeah, that definitely sounds like classic thalassophobia then. Which is totally fine. We all have something that we fear. Perhaps more than anything else. And unlike most other things in this world, phobias are one of the few things that you can develop. You're not just born with them. You develop them. Mr. Jason says, I can't believe we're at 60 JMP. I can. You guys crack up a lot of jokes. The more people that joke, the more likely it's gonna be that during like the week we hit triple digits. And if I counted mine, we would be hitting 80. User 11 says, I'm gonna get us to 61, but you will have to stay with me, Mr. Coin. No worries. I'll do my best to follow along, of course. Oh, that reminds me, I need to reward you. Take this, please, I insist. I will definitely not say no to an opal. I picked this up along the journey to the cave. I'd be overjoyed if it helped you out in some way. User 11 says, imagine a guy with no arms. Let's name him Oscar. Sure. Oh, I have something for you too. Here, take this. Ooh, opal. Just like Sasan, I found this on my way here. It matches his. Knock knock, user 11 says, who's there? Who's there? What a great day, Finley. How about we head back to Zora's domain? I can't wait to tell Coda. The story from the ancient manuscript was real. Definitely not Oscar. Ah, yes. A bit of a dark humor. Like that, I like it. That's a good one. I mean, usually, you know, paraplegic people have like something they can use to knock on things, though. There's nothing that says that he couldn't have used his foot. You know, I know a lot of people that have like an arm missing, and they'll often use their feet. Like, you get very good at manipulating things with your feet. Not like you can write with a pencil or anything, but you can like paint with your feet if you know how. It's really cool to watch, actually. That sounds delightful. I happen to know that's how some veterans express themselves. Some sitting U.S. military veterans, they lose arms from an improvised explosive device called an IED. And sometimes they're given painting therapy with their feet, among other things, to help like distract them from a phenomena called phantom limb. It's what happens when your body feels the sensation of a missing limb. Like, you consciously know the limb isn't there, but your body still thinks it's there, and so your nerves in that area will fire off as though that limb is still there, not realizing that that circuit is gone, that limb is gone. It's an interesting science. It actually it does work. Your mileage varies based on the veteran, of course, but it's a rather interesting therapy. Water therapy is also quite common with U.S. military veterans as well. It's a way to help keep them exercised while also not straining their body too much, because the water, helps them maintain, it takes the stress off of maintaining their weight, especially with missing limbs. It's really good stuff. That sounds delightful. However, let's be sure to hold hands as we swim back so that we don't get separated again. That sounds difficult, but if that's what you want, sure thing. Let's please just take it nice and easy on the way back. This guy can't swim. Poor thing. True treasure. You let Sasan board the raft in the cave at Tarm Point and delivered him safely to Finley, who was waiting for him farther inside. They didn't find the treasure they expected at the shrine deep within the cave, but in the end, the memories they made together are more precious a treasure than any. Mr. Jason says we're definitely seeing improvement. I think so. They're working on setup jokes, which take quite some courage to do in a Twitch chat. It really does. Because if someone messages in the middle of that and someone's not following along, the setup is gone. Streamer brain really can be quite a thing sometimes. Mr. Jason says, I was in a shopping center the other day. These two guys were arguing with each other. We're going up some moving stairs. At the top, they broke out into a fight. To my friend, I said, that escalated quickly. Oh, God. Too true. What was that? Hold on. What? Neither can Oscar. I mean, such is the life of an amputee. I hear about some horror stories when I read some horror stories on occasion. It really is a shame. It doesn't have to be that way. A lot of people don't care as much about their military veterans as they say they do, U.S. or otherwise. They kind of see them as pawns in a chess match to be used and discarded, because if they're discarded, then you don't have to pay for them. You don't have to pay to deal with their treatment. They're dead. That's very macabre, I know, but that's how some people think. It's very twisted. It's disgusting. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, do you know where you can find a Zora trident? User 11, I am glad you asked, because although I do not know where to directly find one, here's what I can do. I can, using our lovely object map, literally search for that trident. It might take me a second.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I just need to make sure I know is it the Zora Spear or the Zora Trident? I think it's the Zora Spear. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We have already shilled for today, so all I have to do is explain the commercial break. We do take those at the top of the hour. They last for 3 minutes. There will be a timer above my head. When that timer hits 0, I will be back at my desk, and we can pick up right where we left off during the commercial break. And go from there. Give me 1 second. Okay, so, yeah, you need to type Zora Spear in quotes. But there is one. There are several in treasure chests. There is one off to the right. Oh no, that's the depths. Okay, hold on. We need to make sure I'm paying attention. It is the. I love how it's called minus field, by the way. Yes, so to the west of Rayless Pond is a black Lizalfos, baseline black Lizalfos. And it'll have a Zora Spear for you. It should be decayed, but it will have one. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead and remove that search term from the map. But you can use that to literally find anything you could ever want. Lionels, Gleox, Bokoblins, anything. Anything at all. Tension says, oh, everyone almost contradicts themselves. You try not to, but people are people. I do, in fact, yeah. People will be people. People are contradictory. They're walking contradictions. You pay attention to what they do rather than what they say. That's how you'll know you're dealing with someone who truly does contradict themselves. Hey there, Grey G. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. It has been a while. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I do remember you. I remember the PFP. That's one I can't forget. How are things? We have probably like about 2 minutes before commercial breaks, so I'm more than happy to read what you have to say. You just might have to we might have to wait for the commercial break to finish before dealing with any serious conversations. That's all. User 11 says you have to go now, Mr. Coin. See you. Thank you so much for stopping by, User 11. I do hope you rest well and are well, good sir, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if not, and this world keeps us apart, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm gonna mark some Koroks to like. I'm gonna mark 6 Koroks, and then we're probably going to do another quest on the way back. We may even head over here and grab ourselves a spear, actually. Mr. Jason says, with more practice, user 11 will unlock unlimited potential. Too true. Unlimited potential. That's a good one. No worries, Grey G. Thank you for the latitude on that. Oh, also, I should be marking Koroks. Man, multitasking is, really quite something else, huh? Not the easiest thing, but I'm doing it. I'm not very good at that. I'm the take it one task at a time kind of person. Me personally, anyway. We'll have to finish marking these after we come back from the break. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I am back. Okay. Let's finish marking up some Koroks, and then I can decide what we're going to do from here. Let me make sure that nothing else has been happening. Greyg says, your channel, have you seen it? I have not recently, no, Greyg. Why? Have you come out with, have you come out with new material? Sorry, this month has not been particularly good for me looking at, like, other channels and stuff. Been kind of in a dark place up until, like, intermittently over the past couple of weeks. That's all. Mr. Jason says, oh, by the way, Mr. Coin, you've seen some reasonably good news on Metroid Prime 4 Beyond for Nintendo Switch 2. And some people are also saying that it's Nintendo's best showcase of 120 hertz so far. So, of course, Mr. Jason will eventually add it, even with Miles McKenzie. Even with Miles McKenzie, Mr. Jason. Because my understanding was that Miles McKenzie was a pretty darn good deterrent for why not to buy it. It's fine. Oh, this one's just yeah, it's literally right there. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason does not mind Miles. Fair enough. That's totally fine. Ooh, we're kind of like dotting the landscape finding these, but your miles will vary. Too true. Too true. No, I did not mean to scroll over to the Whispers panel. Yeah, it's like right over here. But I'll check out your channel after today, Greyg. Promise. Greyg says, got to go. Very well, Greyg. Thank you so much for stopping by. Any amount of time you come here is good, good time indeed. Thank you so much for your company. Hopefully I see you sooner rather than later, of course, my lovely senator. But if not, and this world keeps us apart for some reason, you know, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. Mr. Jason is also going to head off now. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. Your company has been a pleasure, as always. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if not, and this wretched world keeps us apart for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, with the partings to both of you, we're going to continue like marking Koroks to go grab, and we'll maybe think about doing a quest in the midst of all this. And there's one more. Looks like it's at that tree. Sure. That's just fine for me. And I think we will have many more chances to we will have many more chances to show off our lovely Mifa-colored suit. Greyg says, do you know Rocket League? I'm familiar with it, yes. I've not played it, but I have watched it. So, nope, that is the wrong kind of device. I know several people on Twitch that also used to stream Rocket League. They've all kind of since gone off to do their own thing. Greyg says, try it. Well, Greyg, if you want, you can type in *Discord, and you're more than welcome to leave that in the game suggestions channel in my Discord server. You can also get to it through the Linktree link in my description. I would be honored to have your description or to have your suggestion in the pile, assuming you're not already on my Discord server, of course. But yeah, I'll add it to the list of things to consider when the vote item concludes and I ultimately have to pick what we're going to do next. This is probably also a good time to remind people that we do in fact have a vote item to determine the next game that we're going to be playing. not immediately after Tears of the Kingdom, but like what we do next. I try to play a palate cleanser game to kind of serve as, you know, oh, this is like a short something we can do that won't take up that much of our time. And that palate cleanser is going to be the Legend of Zelda, The Ultimate Trial. We're going to be doing that as a palate cleanser, and it's supposed to be a nice, really alternative method of playing the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It's like completely different. It's more of a battle arena type thing with some secrets. So if you guys enjoyed that sort of action adventure game, you know, the Ultimate Trial should be a good time. Really, truly, it should be. Grey G says, okay, bye, Mr. Coin. Bye-bye. Do take care of yourself, Grey G. And with that, we are going to ram trees. We're going to ram trees, everybody. We're gonna ram lumber. We're gonna saw logs. But yeah, after the palate cleanser, you know, whatever you guys decide is probably what we're going to play next. And, you know, if you make me pick, which is also cool, then I feel like I'm probably going to pick to challenge run just because I'm going to give it more thought, as always, but I'm feeling more and more a stronger pull toward challenge running than ever before. I really do feel that call to do it. It's one of the things on my bucket list I want to do, and we might be stuck doing it a long time, which is why I'm thinking so hard about that decision. And it isn't just, oh, yeah, Coin or Steven knows what he wants, so he's gonna do it. No, Steven needs to think about things. And he needs to think about things a lot. He doesn't want to alienate his... I don't think so. I don't think so. I just needed it stopped long enough to set this down. Come on, ride the waves. Nice. Yeah, Steven wants to make sure he's not alienating his viewers, his audience. I think it would be terribly bad if I didn't mind, you know, what you guys wanted. And a lot of you guys are Zelda enthusiasts. A lot of you guys are in the Nintendo wheelhouse of content, which is totally fine. That is completely valid. I'm just not sure. I don't want to perpetually be a Nintendo fanboy, number one. There are more sides to me than just action-adventure gamer. Or, you know, RPG gamer. There's a lot more to me than that. And I do want to show everyone that, like, locked-in, honed, focused side of me that, you know, I know exactly what I want to do. It's just a matter of, you know, it's just a matter of, you know, locking in and doing it. It's executing, right? It's a completely different version of me. And you guys have not, some of you guys have yet to experience that. There are a couple that have. Mr. Rasby would be one of them. My sibling would be another, where they know that side of me. It's very different. Nice, nice. We're going at a slow but consistent pace. I like it. It says, is my sibling a bitch? No, they are not. And greetings, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. And to answer the titular question you always ask, we did explode a like today. I don't know if that necessarily counts. If not, I think there's probably a talus we could go find. But we have killed some enemies with boom booms today. At least one. No, my sibling's an awesome person. They're the one that kind of helped it, like, really influence the vote on playing Tears of the Kingdom. Aelin says it counts, but Ram even more. You got it. You got it. No worries about that. Oh, hello, Mr. Krabs. I ram crabs, but then I would lose out on food. Okay, we're doing this. If I can find a good squadron of enemies, I will blow them up. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, Aelin, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on more Korok cleanup, as is to be expected with this channel. We're always going through on Korok cleanup. Eventually, we will get the 1,000 Koroks, like, just handfuls at a time. We were a little bit less than 800 yesterday. Today, I think I'll be lucky if we get to, 830 of them. If we make good progress, we will get 830. So the Yahaha bitches, yes. Too true. We also discussed, you weren't there for this, but we did discuss the scat joke that is, these Koroks. We discussed it for like a good solid 10 or 15 minutes. It was really quite the conversation to behold. Someone was like, oh, I'm gonna put, if they ever make a game on their own, they're gonna, what the heck? Is this one a friend or something? I need to see this. I do not like that my object map is having issues right now. Let me remove this. Okay, no. This one's for something else. I'm gonna put a leaf here, until we figure out where we're gonna take these. Okay. Over there. You know what? Let's just get it out of the way. Oh yeah, object map having all kinds of problems today. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, I just loosed several complaints about Koroks all over again. That was like a good 15 minutes. I was having like a half meltdown, half episode about it. Because I've gone on record before saying that the Koroks really do in fact detract from the 100% experience. And I just can't understand why Japanese game developers think scat jokes are a good idea. We also talked a little bit about, Hidetaka Miyazaki, the lead dev for FromSoft. And the two things he's known for, poison swamps and maidens with feet. Shoeless maidens. Female feet everywhere. And people have theorized that Miyazaki has a foot fetish. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but the man is not helping his case on, how many female feet he's shown on the screen. I can't. I literally cannot. Which one did we grab there? I think it was this one. Just double checking my map here. Yeah, it's that one. Okay. That's fine. I just needed to be sure. Heck, I guess if we're here, we might as well do this one. Let's, over in this general direction. Go from there. Is there anything else I can talk about that isn't just same old, same old? Oh, hello, Addison. Nice to see you again. I'm not sure why your boss thinks you should be putting signs out in the middle of nowhere, but whatever. What do you even want? It looks like we're getting a beam, like a couple of beam emitters. Is this the one? 8. Okay, yeah, it's a frost one. They want us to make sheets of ice. That's literally what they want us to do. Nice. I'll free... Funny. Cold. Indeed, cold. Alright, let's tilt this thing down 45 degrees. Let's make some platforms. And one more for the road. Is there anything I want to talk about? I've got to think of something. Well, I can certainly say that, you know, it's been a year, hasn't it? You know, AI, not only AI, but, you know, countless wars, other stuff. It's been a dark year, hasn't it? Aelin is like, have you decorated for Christmas yet? No, I have not. In truth, I'm not even particularly sure that we're going to be celebrating Christmas this year. I'm sure my folks will probably throw up some kind of decoration to do that, but I'm not 100% sure that, yeah, I'm not 100% sure that we're gonna decorate. But to succinctly answer your question, Aelin, no. Not decorated for Christmas. I usually don't help with decorations unless I'm asked to either. Alright, Addison, yes. You should be able to let him go. Nice. Yes, get to work. Fasten him down. Please. Aelin, have you decorated for Christmas? Out of curiosity. And I suppose that the same is true for everyone else, too. Have you guys decorated for Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or Yule yet? I do have a Yule log emote. We do recognize Yule around here. My sibling also recognizes Yule. You know, ye olden holiday before Christmas. Or I should say that Christians Anglicanized or baptized Yule into what we know it today to be as Christmas. I did see some folks last month, in the middle of last month, start to decorate for Christmas. I thought it was a little bit too early because Thanksgiving had not yet passed. That's like a whole different thing. Yes, Addison, here you go. Yum, energy rice balls. And sleepover tickets. I want you to give me puff shrooms. Give me puff shrooms, Addison. Not anything else. Aelin says, yeah, you have this blown up lawn ornament of Shrek and he has ice on his back right now, so he won't blow up, which is sad. Oh, I see. Yeah, that'll do it. What's up, Mr. Jason? Everything all right? It's got to be this offering plate, and we want roasted fish. Mr. Jason says some people are canceling their pre-order for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond due to a character named Miles McKenzie, as he makes annoying quips and doesn't shut up. We don't mind personally, but other people's miles may vary. funny. Too true, though. We've already rehearsed this joke a couple of times, so it's still funny, but it is getting the tightest laugh. Yes, some people have in fact been canceling their pre-orders. Oh, I guess on a whole different level. And before I get into this, Mr. Jason, out of curiosity, have you decorated for Christmas? Have you and your folks decorated for this Christmas? Ayla and I were just discussing that when, and talking about the blow-up Shrek ornament, and, when you came in with that piece of information. Mr. Jason says, yes, that's cool. If you want to share, feel free. Otherwise, I accept that rudimentary yes as, yeah, we've decorated for Christmas, and we go no further than that. Some people are very, like, critical of what information they hand out to other folks. This definitely feels like this wants to, like, so desperately be like a covering for something. Let me just unsnap these, because we need to put roasted porgy in that offering plate. Nothing else will do. In fact, we probably only need one panel. Okay, actually, hold on. I might be overthinking this. Will this work? It feels like it should work. Okay, yes. That's funny. The ice just slid on its own while that was happening. All right, let's get a roasted porgy in there. Let's get a porgy for roasting. Mr. Jason says, just mainly the Christmas tree and some inside decorations, so quite limited this year. That's fair. Your dad got down 4 to 5 boxes from the loft instead of the 11 boxes from last year. Yes, 11 boxes. I wish I was joking. I mean, my mom had like oodles and oodles of boxes of decorations, so that makes sense to me. Okay, we've got the roasted porgy. Oh, I have to not do that, is what's happening. I have to hold the porgy. I have to put it there, let it cook, and use Ultra Hand on it. God, I've forgotten what I was going to originally say. That's fine. It's not super important. Alan says your mom just uses you and your dad for slave labor. I'm a minimalist. In truth, I wouldn't decorate for Christmas, beyond like a Christmas tree or something like that. I'm very minimal. I don't like to decorate for holidays. I think the decorations are just tacky. They get in the way. You have to store them. My mom had a fake Christmas tree, like a synthetic tree she kept in a box, and we would have to unfold that box every year when we were over, as children. And we would, or, while we were living with her, we would have to unfold that tree, decorate it up, because both my sibling and my mom were very Christmas forward. They loved decorating for Christmas. I hated it. I always try to convince them every year, please not the Christmas tree, not even a mini. We don't need it. We can do without, but I digress. I like Christmas well enough. I just don't like, let me just toggle. What is going on with the object map? It is behaving very strange. Yes, we know you're waiting for friend. Uh-oh. Map might be locking up on me. Yes, I know. You need to reach your friend. What's going on here? Yeah, that's like a weird one. I think the map is like breaking down. Alan says you have a fake tree in a bag and you have 2 bins full of ornaments. Yeah, the tinsel. My mom was a huge fan of tinsel. She may still be a fan of tinsel. Just silvery, stringy stuff everywhere. I hated it. And yeah, we had about 2 boxes of ornaments that we would put up when I was regularly living with her. Of course, it's not any better now that I'm with my dad. You know, his wife also likes to decorate for Christmas, but I think they've started realizing that they're getting older. And, you know, their son is not really interested in decorating for Christmas tree. He'll do it if he's asked. Sure, but I don't like doing it, and I hem and haw about it because we have to take down the decorations. It's a mess, and who are we impressing? More importantly, who are we impressing? Now, I guess I have a follow-up question to all this, and that is to say, you know, for those of you that do decorate for Christmas or for the holidays, you know, why do you do it? I've told you why I don't like decorating, but I'm curious as to why you like to decorate. And for those that live with their folks, you know, if you had the choice, would you forgo the decorations yourself, or would you keep up tradition? I'm curious to see where my audience sits on this. I like Christmas well enough. I just don't think the decorations matter. I don't think, you know, having a inflatable matters. That's not to disparage the inflatable. Everyone is allowed their decorations. I'm not trying to judge that. I'm saying the inflatable Santa or you know, the Christmas tree or the lights on the roof or you know, the lawn decorations. Alan says because reasons, I guess, or it's tradition. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not here to judge anyone's reasons. It's just a question. I appreciate you answering. I imagine for a lot of people, it is probably tradition. Ooh, I went in the wrong direction, but this might still be... I could still make this work. It's either going to be an acorn or a rock. Of course it's a rock. No thank you. Well, actually, does that skull have a treasure chest? I guess we should find out. I guess I should say I'm not that much of a traditionalist then. I don't... Nice. It doesn't much matter to me. I think the... Nice. I think the... Christmas spirit, no thank you. No. Eat a puff shroom. Oh, we need an actual, real, bona fide hammer. We need one of these. I hate getting zapped by electric enemies. Stop! Stop! Ram the bitches. Good point. We'll ram the rest of them. How's that? I didn't want to use explosives in that situation. I was already getting blown up. Or I was already getting shocked. But we can, like, get real cute and blow up the rest. Maybe without alerting enemies to our overall presence. Come on, Link. Come on, we were so close. Right there. Yeah, I more so care about the Christmas meal, you know. And if I were living on my own, I would have zero issue with making the Christmas dinner. You know, the ham, you know, the pralines, or, you know, the snickerdoodles. I would do that. I would even invite friends over, you know, the ones that I know are single and don't have a family to celebrate Christmas with. or you know, they're all by themselves for whatever reason. I would do that for them. I think that's fair. I would have like a friends-oriented Christmas. Does that make me weird? Alan says cookies are so freaking good. Yeah, the snickerdoodles are awesome. I'm more of a ginger snaps person, if I'm being honest. I prefer ginger snaps, but snickerdoodles are good too. But I could go for a bag of ginger snaps right now. I certainly wouldn't feel super great, but I could totally see myself snorking it out on otherwise feasting on like at least a quarter of a bag of ginger snaps. Or, you know, peppermint bark cookies. That's another one. Like peppermint bark? Oh, I could eat a lot of that. And Alan says you can't go wrong with chocolate chip. Too true. Outside of like specialty cookies, chocolate chip is like my personal favorite. I'm like a huge chocoholic. I routinely get 2 chocolate chip cookies every time I get something from Subway or Firehouse Subs or something similar. This is a much better conversation than where I was going to take things, I should say. How many of you are we can have 2 conversations at once, I should also say. How many of you are familiar with the game called Last Epic? EPOCH, Last Epic, last time, to like, or last era, to put that into more common parlance. Alan says, oh yeah, Firehouse Subs. I forgot about that place. It's better than Subway. There are a lot less gimmick ingredients. I had a stuffing sub from Subway the other day. They were doing a Thanksgiving special. It had like mayonnaise and raspberry vinaigrette in it. I do not truly know what to think of that. I found the combination weird. Like, really weird. Alan says it's better than Subway, but worse than Publix. Too true. You can never go wrong with a good Publix deli sandwich. Because those people really do care about their craft. Right here. 3 bows. And this one's for you, Alan. I'll use up a couple. Good aim. We got a lot of explosions out of it. That's probably music to your ears. If there's anything that's music to mine, it is listening to characters cast chain lightning over and over again. That to me is, you know, symphony, like absolute cinema. Yay, boom booms. I do enjoy an occasional explosion, but chain lightning is where it's at. Give me, you know, neon blue streaks across the screen with enemies, you know, standing there paralyzed. Give me that. What can I say? I'm a huge naturalist when it comes to stuff like that. But like I was saying about Last Epic, so Last Epic got sold out to a company called got sold to a publishing company called Krafton. Krafton, Krafton. They're a Japanese company. No, actually, I think they're actually a South Korean game company, now that I'm remembering it. And they have promised an AI forward vision. And Last Epic, their founder, 11th Hour Games is the name of the company that made the game. They basically, their founder, Judd, said that they were never going to make DLC classes or stuff like that. They weren't going to do that. They lied. For those that need to know a similar context that I'm pulling from, if you're familiar with Diablo, the Diablo series, Diablo 3 had a special expansion called the Necromancer. That was literally a DLC class. You paid for the privilege of that, and Necromancer was... Oh, I forgot to do the pause thing. The Necromancer class was pretty famously overtuned at launch and then had to get nerfed to oblivion. Aelin says, anywho, speaking of cookies, your mom's making them, so bye, bitches. Very well, Aelin, thank you so much for stopping by. Much appreciated. Your company is always good to have. Do rest well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. Of course, but if not, and this world keeps us apart, do stay safe and take care of yourself. And with that, we're going to... That's funny. Bye. I'll take a duplex bow. Alright, so let's get the cube. Oh my god, it's reverse Jenga. Never mind, I think I know what to do. Maybe. Maybe? Oh, it wants to do this. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Got that one. And I got that one. What say we work on another quest, eh? I think we're gonna be making some good time. So the next one... let's see. Moonlit Princess. Sure, why don't we go there and see if we can't get that done? We should be able to rest at night and go from there. I hope there's not like a lunar cycle that we have to worry about. And it should be pretty straightforward to do. It is quite literally just, you know, go capture the go capture a picture of the statue under a full moon. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, Mifa, bless your soul. Gone from this world too soon. There's a Daughtry song by that name. God, I wonder how Chris Daughtry is doing. Anyone remember Chris Daughtry? I know he was kind of an asshole as a young guy. Like, relatively speaking, there were some controversial things about him that you can find on Wikipedia, but he seems like a relatively, like, chilled out guy now. Well, hello there, Light Dragon. Let us... We need to make ourselves a campfire. I used to listen to Daughtry. I was like a huge rock fan growing up. It wasn't until I became a college student that I transitioned over to synthwave and I started listening to it more regularly. It's soothing. It's good. It feels good to listen to. And you can get it in a variety of flavors, just like rock. You can't really do that with country music or hip-hop. Like, hip-hop is kind of an all-consuming genre. Right, I think this is what it wants. Holding her light-scaled trident in the light of the moon. Yeah, it ought to just be take a picture of her. You know, without the light dragon necessarily being in the way. what was I saying about last epic? I heard that over there, you silly little Korok. Yeah, I decided that I would excoriate last epic. I bombed their discussion page pretty heavily for them being basically sellouts. And then I left a negative review on their Steam page for having purchased the game and once wanting to make a you know, like a actual video on their game, because I thought it was good. Last epic has, like, even though it's not finished and they've failed some promises, you know, the mechanics are all right there for the most part. It's such a shame. Things didn't have to be that way. Welcome on in, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing better, good today. In both body and mind. You know, I hope you're doing good, and I hope you enjoy your stay. We are waiting for the moon to come out. I think we need to rest a few nights is what's happening. I can't believe there's a full moon cycle to this game, but there is. I was discussing like a litany of things, actually. Stuff ranging from, you know, review bombing last epic, which was a game that I thought was very good. It's a Diablo Grim Dawn clone. God, remember when I was making Grim Dawn streams on YouTube? Those were a time and a half, I tell you what. I would happily go back and do it again once Fangs of Astrakarn come out and I can actually buy that. I would be more than happy to go back and finish that. Mr. Rasby says oh, right, I already reacted to that. Mr. Rasby says you got a big scare. Oh. Everything all right? Was it real life related scare or something else? I'm kind of having to wait to see what kind of moon's coming out. I think it's going to be a new moon, but I could be incorrect about that. And then I think other than last epic, we were also talking about Christmas decorations and whether or not people have decorated for Christmas this year. Whether or not I've decorated for Christmas this year. As well as, you know, how many folks generally celebrate the holidays, and which I shared that I'm a bit of a minimalist. I don't really much care for decorating for the holidays. Well, hello! It is time for the blood moon. Blood for the blood god. Blood for, you know, red-headed himbo. Wait, what now? Of course, if you don't feel up to talking about that, that's also fine as well, Mr. Rasby. I don't want to pressure you to talk about anything. Merely asking questions. I think it's got to be like a 2 or 3 a.m. type thing. Now that I'm thinking on it, but this is technically a full moon. It's just a blood moon. It may not be the correct moon, though. I'm not 100% sure. Where do they want us to take this picture from? Right here, maybe? Oh, hello, Sidon. No, give me that picture. Come on, Sidon, stay still. Wow, they really will not let you take pictures of them. No, Sidon, stop that. So uncooperative. I don't think I took one. I did take one. Cool. That's fine. I'll take it. Yeah, this is a blood moon. There's no way that this is correct. Let's see if it reverts to a full moon, though. Because the blood moon is happening during a new moon, technically speaking. Hold on, I'm going to wait a little bit longer for, like, the gloom to dissipate. There we go. I believe that covers it. I'm going to take a second one to just be sure. Oh, fish waifu. How I miss you. No, I'm not a scaly, and I'm not an ichthyan either. Okay? It's like people saying, oh, you must be into dominatrixes because you like Ivy Valentine. And I'm like, no, I'm not into dominatrixes. I'm quite vanilla when it comes to that stuff. I just like her personality, and I like the weapon she uses. That's it. I get teased and bullied about Ivy Valentine among friends all the time. I hate it. My sibling especially likes to rib me a good one about that. Because they're like, well, you're not saying it, but that doesn't mean you don't think it. And I'm like, what are you trying to do? Arrest me for a thought crime? That's what's going on? Hello, Yona. Of course she's staring at her husband with a Hylian on his back. Yes, of course that would be a thing. I know the Zora lay eggs and they have, like, romantic relationships, but I'm wondering if they really do. We sort of just witnessed, you know, two Zora holding hands. There really wasn't much of any, like, kissing or anything. There wasn't, like, any hugging, no embracing, nothing. It was just kind of a ceremonial thing. I wonder if Zora are more like, yeah, we're going to save that for the background and not let anyone see that. The vision of Princess Mifa grasping her light-scaled trident in the moonlight. So lovely your breath would catch at the sight of her, as though she were an ethereal being, not flesh and blood. Take a look at this. Huh? This This perfectly captures the vision of Princess Mifa that has been burning brightly in my mind's eye. Ah, such loveliness. To think that I was able to set eyes on this vision that I was so sure I would never see again for all of my days. Dude, there's a statue. You could literally go up to Ploymus Mountain or Mifa Court and see it. Link, I cannot thank you enough. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this Zora sword. Wait a moment. You're carrying too many items, warrior. Please make some room and then return. It is important to keep your belongings organized and essentialized. Are you organized now? I love that. Sure. I never imagined that you would show me a drawing of Princess Mifa. Oh, sweet summer child. I can't believe you think that's a drawing. My dude, that's called a picture. It's a very pristine painting, apparently. I am both moved and astounded. Link, thank you, truly. Right, please accept this Zora sword. It is something I once used myself. Though it is now decayed, it has life in it yet. Please put it to good use. A long Zora sword with a decaying blade, made of a metal favored by the Zora. Right, we've already read this. I feel so relieved. My mind is now at ease. It is as though the sun has at last pierced through the clouds of my mind. Though much time has passed and so much has changed, I am forever the loyal subject of our Zora royals to King Sidon. Ah, my gills feel as clear as the day I was born. Cheers to a new era. May it shine brightly for years to come. You showed Segan a picture of Mifa's statue beneath the moonlight. Segan was moved by the beauty of that sight and renewed his vow to remain a loyal subject to the Zora royal family no matter what changes the flow of time brings. We're gonna drop that sword now. Oh, boink. Sorry, Segan, you're not allowed to see this. Bye. Plunk. Mr. Rasby says back. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. Didn't want to leave a cliffhanger. Was a coincidence. Had to do some stuff. No worries. Welcome in NK Place. It's been a while, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you're enjoying your stay, or that you will enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just about to wrap up for the stream, and we have completed a couple of quests, as well as make a clean sweep of Koroks throughout some of the lands across Upland Zorana. How are things in your little slice of terra firma? Mr. Resby says, I mean, you don't want to share in big detail? Don't worry about it then. That's not important. I should say, I don't want to stress you out. Because it could be distressful. Right, I don't want to stress you out. There's not a full point to it. But TLDR, some dogs ran to you while on a pedestrian walk, turned around with no fear, and the closest dog stopped and ran away. What? I kind of figured they would be chasing you. You made them run? Am I reading that sentence right? I'm not trying to ask to make anyone uncomfortable. I just want to make sure I'm not, I'm not like reading it incorrectly. Mr. NK says, good. How are you doing, Mr. Coin? Better. A lot better. I've been in a dark place over the past few weeks. I definitely have been to some places that I wish I had never been, mentally speaking, but I am better now. Mr. Rasby says, started jogging because it was a red light and there was a car coming. You misread it as a green light, but then kept going because there was no car and it was nighttime. Okay. You didn't want to inconvenience the car coming the other way. Okay, there's more to that story. Outside of, like, my personal mental health, I'm fine. Same as ever. Making content, trying to gear up my long-form Elden Ring Reforged videos so that you guys have the route to look at, and I don't have to answer a million questions about the route. I can literally just say, there's a VOD series. You guys can watch that if you're so inclined. I'll probably still answer questions, but the VOD series will at least be there for posterity. I'm now the proud owner of a Pathfinder 1 first edition campaign reboot, so I'm also spending some amount of time, making up session materials for next year. That's when we intend to start. I want to be able to say we've got plenty of material ready before Chapter 1 in that campaign starts. So, busy. I'm not making money, but I am busy nonetheless, as always. I hope that life has not been necessarily busy or anything, but I do hope it has been fruitful for you. How's school going, if and you don't mind my asking? Still studying, still working toward graduation, or you gone a different direction? Just curious. Mr. Rasby says, it was a long pedestrian walk also, but yeah, a bunch of rare circumstances. You heard the barking and all that, you turn around and this big dog was on you, but I trust that they don't attack humans if you show confidence. And you're also just willing to go in a fight. You went and run away. So, you managed to spook a dog that was coming after you, is what you're saying, right? I didn't somehow... Okay, that's cool. Okay, not cool, but you know what I mean. It's nice that you were able to, spook the dog and, did anything... I don't think anything bad happened. I think it was just a scare, right? Mr. NK Plays says, I don't know, really kind of a middle, like miss a week of school, 10 tons of work to do that takes 2 weeks. Yeah, You gotta stay on top of that. And of course, there are always reasons for, you know, people to miss school. Sickness, family-related stuff like that. But yeah, you really don't want to miss school if you can help it. It's lots of work. Never mind, you know, when you miss a day in college, like a completely different story. Instead of feeling like you're a little bit behind, you're already a lot behind, because it's not like college classes meet up for every day of the week. Most college classes meet up for about 4 days. There are some like math classes that you need to meet every single day, but a lot of classes here in the U.S. have like a meet twice or meet 3 times a week kind of thing. There's a lot more you got to do on your own, that sort of thing. So I'm sorry that school is keeping you more busy than it should be. But hey, at least you're aware. And, you know, it sounds like you're at least making the attempt to keep up, Mr. NK, which is important. I think that's important anyway. Mr. Rasby says... Mr. Rasby, I'm pretty sure my mouth stuck together there. You felt super confident this night because you came home from a board game night. Nice, nice. It was very scary once or twice in the past. Walking home in the cold at 3 or 4 a.m., seeing big dogs walking around in a place where you can't escape if you run away, and the dogs just being big. F me if that's not nerve-wracking. You had to toughen up, and well, it worked. Yeah. Dogs can seize on fear. And if they're aggressive, not necessarily hostile, just aggressive, that is enough. That is enough for them to attack. Most dogs are usually just territorial or are, you know, too used to, you know, they haven't had human contact in a while. They're like street dogs. So, of course, there are all kinds of problems. What weapon am I gonna give away? Probably this one. No, I said give that weapon away. I didn't mean to, you know what? I'll give away this one. We need that spear. Because what we're going to do before we end the stream is go back and go deal with the blacksmith quest just real quick. Mr. Rasby says you're a bit scared of your daredevil tendency. If you were in an actual fight, you would be a lot more concerned into effing up the guy who was on me than fear for your own safety. You're a bit scared of your daredevil tendency. Well, yeah, you never know when a guy assailing you is gonna pull out a knife and suddenly things get more serious. That's not to say, I don't know if you have or haven't dealt with that scenario, and I don't want to make you relive that. If you have. But there's a reason why, you know, people write about humans being the most dangerous game. There's a reason a book like that exists. It is meant to teach fear and constant vigilance when it comes to dealing with other human beings. Mr. NK says you should probably go for the Master Sword if you haven't already. My plan with that, Mr. NK, is to do that after the last phenomena. I've talked to multiple people about this, and they all kind of support what I'm going for with that. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until after we've dealt with the last phenomena before going on to find Mineru. I'm pretty sure that is the last sage that we need to find, and before we deal with that, we will get the Master Sword. That's been that's been a functioning plan I've had the whole time. So I've got a plan. But I do thank you for the recommendation, Mr. NK, as always. Mr. Rasby says, oh, never was knife threatened, but was intimidated. You know the game. A well-fit young man is no target. Though you did punch a guy holding a knife once, but that was in class, and the guy was the one who started it. Of course. Me, I'm more sheepish. You have some courage. I wish I had. I have it in the most direst of circumstances only. But for the most part, if I can avoid conflict, I'll do it. If that means I yield my wallet, so be it. I'll get a new wallet. Nice going, Mr. Coin. Oh, Dento was literally down there. I'm being silly is what it is. Stressby says, you got balls, but let me tell you that socially, it didn't give me the value that society teaches us. Well, yeah. It's like a last resort. Interesting. Okay. Nice. I hope the martial arts serves you well, Mr. NK. I've wanted to actually pick up some training, not necessarily in martial arts, but training in something for a while. But I need to get form fit first. Mr. NK says about the Master Sword, Monero gives you the quest to go find it. Ah, so we might as well wait for Monero to talk to us then. That makes a lot of sense. Link, thank you for coming. Yeah. I do not have any hesitation helping the hero who saved the domain. I require a Zoras spear, 3 diamonds, and 5 pieces of flint. You've acquired all the materials. This will not take long. Tap, tap, tap. The light scale trident. I'm entrusting it to you. Da 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 da. A spear of peerless grace, cherished by Zora champion Mifa. Although Mifa specialized in healing abilities, her spearmanship was in a class all its own. If it becomes broken or lost, or if it has otherwise disappeared from this world, I will remake it for you. You managed to bring Dento a Zora spear, 3 diamonds, and 5 pieces of flint, so he could craft the light-scaled trident. He informed you that he can forge the light-scaled trident again if it is lost or broken, so long as you have the necessary materials. Right. Mr. NK says to get Mineru's secret stone to specify. Yeah, I figured that would probably be what it was. Mr. Rasby says, you follow your values, you will protect the one who is weaker and play devil's advocate. So I seem very sheepish in arguments and not that reassuring, even if it's because specifically you don't run away from pretty hurtful truths very often. I don't really run away from that either. I just know I can't physically chuff it with most people. Round is a shape that I am, and unfortunately for me, physicals, I have stamina. I have physical stamina, but I do not have anything else. Stamina without a focus is meaningless. You need to direct it toward some sort of internal strength or dexterity for it to be worthwhile. So, the only thing I could say is I swung sticks as a kid. Me and my sibling both swung sticks as kids. So I have like some innate self-taught technique that's not very honed. Certainly not enough to win in a fight. So I just don't get in fights in the first place. Mr. Rasby says, what you're trying to say is, well, you have the confidence to F up a dude. You don't have that success with women. So you're just saying not to fantasize about being confident? I almost choked. I know what you meant with that, but you could interpret that so many different ways. Also, yes, that is in fact a double entendre. So there you go. With that, my fine friends, my lovely senators and inductees, I am gonna call it here. So sorry, I know we were having a good conversation. But I gotta go see what my folks want. My stepmother is still recovering from a couple of infections and stuff, so I may need to help with dinner or a few other things. You guys have been awesome. I'm sorry I couldn't talk to some of you, at length more. That's just how our schedules are. Mr. Resby says, oh wait, I just realized a second meaning. Yes, you see why I thought it was funny. You maybe see why I thought it was funny. If you just change up the tensing a bit differently, you get a meaning you didn't perhaps intend. Perhaps didn't intend. I don't know. Anyway, we'll pick back up on this. We'll pick back up on this tomorrow. Oh, no. Mr. Rasby, the words in the meaning, no confidence to F up a dude. Right. Yeah, to F up a person. Too true. Yes, you don't need to change the word order to get how I thought of it. How I thought of it until I realized who was saying it. I'm like, wait, no, he doesn't mean it like that. Yes, a triple entendre. It doesn't count twice, by the way. We're just realizing that it has multiple meanings. Anyway, without dragging this out or making it super awkward, we'll pick back up on this tomorrow. Yes, violence, sex, and dating success. Very family friendly. Only here at Coinstamp. Like I was saying, my lovely audience, you have been awesome. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amongst any of my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be Discord or likewise, please remember to check the description or near where these social links are for the link tree. You can get my Discord. You can get my socials through there, as well as any other sorts of things. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.